Welcome this evening to the special meeting of the Bethel Board of Finance. I would like to start the meeting with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Hopefully, the missing two members of our board will be here within a few minutes. But in the meantime, on our agenda, the Board of Selectmen will present the fiscal year 2016-2017 recommended budget.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay, well, in case the other two members are a little bit late getting here, we are recording this, so they will be able to go back and take a look at that.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, everybody. It is my pleasure to present to you the Board of Selectmen's recommended budget. We completed our budget deliberations at about 4 p.m. on Friday. And I'm going to take you through the department presentation, so I'll take you through all the changes that we made and the recommendations that we're going to put before you tonight. Couple real quick things. One, I want to talk a little bit about the goals. A budget is a reflection of your values as a community and what you're trying to achieve on behalf of the taxpayers. Our goals this year, as very similar to what we've done in the past, which you'll see, increase operational support for highway construction and maintenance. And I know that this is a goal that the Board of Finance has shared with us for several years now. Number two, improve the maintenance of town-owned recreational facilities and playing fields. And you'll see this reflected in some of the park and rec recommendations that we're making. Support for critical social services, and I want to, Gary's not here, but I want to thank Gary Rigid for his input on that. We do have some recommendations that we're working on with our social services director. Number four, continued support for the improvements that we have seen over the past decade for Bethel Public Schools. Remarkable record of achievement, and we want to see that continue. And then last but not least, maintain proper building maintenance, not only for the schools, but for our town buildings as well.
Could we get a copy of those goals?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. I would have made a copy for you, but our printer decided to take 3 to 4 minutes to print each page of the 50-page thing. Some kind of a network issue, so I couldn't get it done, but I can email this whole presentation to you. Just a quick summary. These are the changes that the Board of Selectmen voted on by department. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the summary because we're going to go through each department individually. But you'll see that from what was requested by the departments, we made some substantial changes. When you get down to the bottom line, we decreased the town budget by a little over $153,000. So if it's all right, unless you guys have any, can you see that okay?
By split.
Okay, that's the only eye chart here. Make it better from here on. So starting with the selectmen's budget, some of the stuff I'm going to go through very quickly because it's,
Just give us a chance to put your
Sure.
thing into our block.
Yep.
It's like an open and close, open and close.
Well, if you want to,
You just, well, no, just do it as you got.
Because
I know they're
you've got the, here's the paper punch, mine isn't.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the selectmen's budget, this was approved at $238,493 as recommended, no changes.
That's fine.
Treasurer's budget, $8,500, no change to what was recommended. Those represent about a 6.5–7% increase due to the salary increases that this board granted last summer, as recommended by the charter. Finance department approved at $422,370 as recommended. Did you slow down? Town clerk, we made no changes, approved at $218,037 as recommended. Assessor's budget approved as recommended. $211,763. I'll slow down a little bit.
Thank you.
Hey, Greg, is there a target I'm supposed to aim this thing at? Okay.
Sometimes it works. If not, I'll click it.
It's got the same virus that our printer has. I think.
May I just take 2 seconds to let Gary just catch up to us?
Sure, yeah.
Thank
Be comfortable, either way. Gary, what we had done is just covered the goals and started to go through the department budgets, and so far, we're up to tax collector, Department 150, and we've approved, so far, each department as recommended, no changes. We get into some changes a little bit later.
Thanks for your.
Professional services, slight change there. This was requested at 238,800. We approved it at 213,880. Line 352 was reduced by 25,000. That is legal services, and that's based on current history. You know, if you're,
We didn't go over that last year, correct?
No.
150.
no. So the comptroller agreed that we're probably pretty safe on that, so we reduced that by 25,000. Probate office, as I've said before, one of the few times the state did something that actually did save money, as promised. So this was approved at $5,084 as recommended. Data processing, approved at $266,479 as recommended. This is a department that's, I'm not sure if I can quantify how much, but this is probably saving us money from where we were a few years ago. Now that everything is swept into one department, and you can do group purchases, you can get the advantage of bulk pricing on things, licenses, standardized operating systems, minimize maintenance, replace older computers before they start to cause you problems. So this is something that has been a real success story. And I gotta tell you, Nicholas Cataldo, the guy who was our IT wizard, I think that our staff would do anything to make sure he didn't go work someplace else, because he could fix anything. He's done an amazing job for us.
Matt, you skipped 180.
Did I skip?
Building inspection.
Yeah, I didn't notice it wasn't.
Building inspection.
Man, I'm on the ball.
Good,
I'm
thank you.
just saying,
Wait another hour.
there appeared to be no change.
Yeah, I don't think there is, so let me just double check that. That'll probably, anybody who's used Excel will know that sometimes if you're moving slides around,
Yeah.
it'll show up at the end.
Just giving it. That's
Yeah, that is, building inspection was approved at $216,050 as recommended. No change. Thank you, sir. Social services. We made some substantial changes here. This was requested at 109,350, 109,350. We approved it at 62,750. The changes here, number one, the services director requested to go full-time. We agree that there is a lot of need in town, but this is something we have to consider in future years. Maybe next year we can do this, but we're gonna have to try to keep the job structured the way it is and keep that position at part-time for now. Although she did make a good case, and I compliment her for the presentation she made. So line 101 was decreased by 19,500. Emergency fund was decreased by 1,000. And again, that was done basically on utilization history. It appears to be in good shape, so we didn't see the need to bump that up. Non-government organizations, this is the old Department 400, and this was moved into social services. The total number of requests came in at 41,000, I think it was. And we reduced that, no, I'm sorry, 46,100. And we brought that fund down to 20,000. And I think you guys have the sheet now that recommends the different departments or the different agencies that we recommend funding. 20,000 is consistent with what we've done in previous years. We are taking her recommendation on that funding level.
I don't know if we have that sheet. Did we get that sheet?
Which one is that?
The recommended that would incorporate that $20,000. I think she was working on it. I don't think she gave that to us.
She didn't give it to you? Okay.
Just hold on for a second, okay, Matt,
Yeah.
just don't change it.
Well, you got the department total, when we
Correct.
rate, I'll get that for you. I can show you what that is.
Yeah, I know you had a conversation with her in terms of the changes of the requirements of the job.
Yeah.
If she was agreeable at the part-time status, that she'd be able to.
Well, we're gonna have to take a look at that. That's something that Jen and Lisa Plum and I have to go over. Because what's happening now that we have somebody who is very knowledgeable, very professional in reaching out to the community, she's getting demands for things, demands on her time, which are really over and above what the original job description was, and she's trying to satisfy those. But what we're really gonna have to do is pare that down to really what the original job description is, and make sure she's able to do referrals to other agencies. Because she could probably work full-time plus with the requests that she's getting, but it just isn't possible for the town of Bethel to satisfy everything that's coming into her.
But she's still willing on the, what was it, 400 account?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sure, yeah. She's
Just want to
been,
make sure.
yeah, her input was invaluable on that.
Okay.
Okay,
210 insurance.
okay. Modest reduction here of 25,000, and you can thank Mr. Kozlowski and his department for negotiating on workers' compensation to bring that down. And we are taking some very aggressive steps to show the insurance community that we're real serious about reducing that the claims history that we've had. So we're going to be running accident investigation reporting, slip and fall training, workplace safety, to try to get a handle on this, because claims have been rather high. Fleet maintenance was approved at 375,182 as recommended. And that is very consistent with its history as well. There we go. Public Works, very modest reduction, and this is just basically an accounting procedure. This was requested at 303,825. It was approved at 302,090. And the difference is just cost sharing the intern with the Public Utilities Department, which is a different cost center, as you know, because most of, probably at least half of the work that we're doing right now is related to utilities. So, but that it is important that we have enough people on board to get that work done. Highway Department. This is one of two green numbers that you'll see up on the board. This was actually increased by 100,000 over the original request. Requested at 1,565,407, and we approved it at 1,665,407 for the purpose of trying to move more of those funds into operational and less from capital on the highway account.
So what did you bring the highway account up to? Just 1 second, just so I can see it.
Highway account.
400 from 300 to 400, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was the only increase and no decrease, correct?
no decrease, okay. Okay, are we still caught up? Planning and zoning. Wait a minute.
Transfer.
Yeah, is that another one that got out of whack? Oh, there it is. Transfer station approved as requested at 181, 500,000. And again, we expect this to be a break even. on transfer station operations. Planning and zoning, just a modest reduction here of $1,442.
What's that for?
This is a car that was no longer, this vehicle lease was paid off.
I got a question for you on that.
Sure.
Matt.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can answer this. I noticed that something from PUC was, in the legal notices, I guess in the penny saver. And then I know Brookfield has tried out a penny saver too, and obviously we've been doing the news times, and that's a big, thing for them. Which direction we going? We're gonna try and save some money there, 'cause that's a, it's a pretty big note every year on these legal. I mean, it gets reimbursed by the person that's filing the legal, and the fees, but.
It depends. We talked to our town attorney about that several times. There are two problems with the penny saver. One is that when you've got notices that have a specific time frame, like you have a notice and then 10 days later, you have to pick an exact date that thing is gonna appear. The penny saver is a once a week thing. So it's hard to make that work. The other thing is, according to, it is the opinion of our town attorney, that the penny saver does not satisfy the statutory requirement of a quote newspaper of general circulation. Not being a lawyer, I can't tell you why not. There are different rules that apply from the Department of Public Health, so when the utility department publishes notices, they can use penny saver.
Okay,
'Cause there's no
I was just curious why
they
PUC did
why they
that
could, yeah,
and the town did not.
Matt,
Right.
just so you, I heard this from an attorney in town.
Yeah.
Basically told me that the penny saver is classified as a bulletin, not as a periodical or a newspaper.
okay.
That's the legal definition, I don't know what that means.
Well, for the fifth year in a row, pending in the state legislature is a bill. I don't know the bill number, but it is it is an effort to make it possible for towns to publish a simple notice in the paper that then says, go see the town website for additional details. So you can take a bulletin this big and shrink it to that. It hasn't made it past the floor of the House for 5 years. Maybe this year will be the charm.
Number 260.
Yeah, if I can make this thing work. Okay. I'll just have John Park vote. It's fine. Building maintenance was approved at 731,367, as requested, no change. Tree warden approved as requested at 90,400, and that was no change from requested, no change from prior year. Tell me when you're ready. Okay.
Number 290.
290 emergency management was approved as requested at 27,250, no change from prior year. If you're there. Fire marshal was approved at 92,905. That's a reduction of 5,100, and that is actually moving his vehicle replacement from operational budget to capital budget. You'll see that here later. This board had asked about leasing the vehicle, and it can be done, but it's a little tiny bit cheaper in the long run to just buy it because of all the modifications. It doesn't really have any resale value when it's done with it. Bethel Volunteer Fire Department, approved as requested at 170,400. And that was, I didn't put a note on this, but that was actually a slight decrease from the prior year, actually. Stony Hill Fire Department, Department 320, approved at 128,750. That was a decrease of 7,200. And that again is moving a piece of training equipment, a forcible entry practice door, out of operational budget and into the capital budget. And something that could be used by both departments. And it's a sensible purchase too. It costs about $3,500 for each department to send people to the training class where they use it. If we have our own, we can have our own certified instructors do it. Registrar of Voters approved the $104,336. This was another department that was below the prior year. And Tim Beeble and Nancy Ryan did a great job of consolidating and kind of organizing the information in a much more better way too, than it had been in the past. So my compliments to them. Boards and commissions approved as requested, $46,750. And this is approved as requested, but this has a reduction from the prior year of $66,000 by moving the teen center from this area over to Park and Recreation. And all the other lines stayed the same as they were last year. Health Department approved at $307,671, and this is just there was a typo in the original thing, the original presentation. There was a duplicate entry of 9,000. Just fix that. Police Department.
Where was the duplicate in that, just so I can?
On Laura's sheet, there was a spot where there was a formula that added a subtotal twice. So there was a department that totaled up to 9,000, then it added the second 9,000, and it was just taken out. Bob, do you know where there?
Contracted services.
Contracted
Yeah,
services.
504, added up to 9, she had the 9 up front, and then the formula picked up all 3 numbers, so you had 2 9s in
All
there.
right, so what's, okay.
Matt, what was the number you guys decided on in the end?
20,000.
You decided to go with 20.
Is that a contingency only?
I'm sorry?
I know it, so we were talking about it with being just a contingency, whether they, they were gonna use it.
Yeah, it's up to 20,000.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead.
So are we gonna give them, we're gonna give them 20,000, or do we do, the way I understand it works is that they ask for a donation, whether it's 15, 20,000. You pay them that donation, and then you pay for whatever services on top of that.
Actually, that's how it used to be. It used to just be like a donation. Back in those days, it was 40,000.
Okay.
And what we're doing now is we're allocating up to 20,000, and they bill quarterly as services are needed.
So if you don't use it,
Right.
we don't.
So it's more like a
Yeah,
contingency.
right, all right.
I remember we had talked about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Police Department, this was approved at $4,410,744. And this, poor chief, I know he tries very hard to get 4 cars every year, and our selectmen chose to give him 3. So with the equipment taken off, that reduces that budget by $39,975.
You did keep in the new dispatcher, correct?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the ninth dispatcher is in. Any other questions?
That didn't reduce the overtime?
I'm sorry?
That didn't reduce the 256,000 line overtime?
No.
The request?
Did they go over and above the overtime last year, the amount?
Bob, can you answer that? Yes, but.
What?
We'll come back afterwards.
Because if you're adding in, the salary plus benefit, the salary, you should be, that salary you were covering with overtime. So you should.
Well, that's only on dispatch.
No, I know.
The bulk of the overtime is from the police.
I realize that.
On the
But you
road.
were still filling in that time
Yes.
with overtime.
Mhm.
So if you have an employee there now and you're paying them a salary, then you've got it, so I would think you would be taking back some overtime.
They're gonna have 2 overnight.
Dispatch overtime's at 86,000 is what they budgeted for overtime for the dispatch. And the police department is requesting 170,000. So with the new hire, we're still planning on 86,000 in overtime in addition to hiring another full-time employee.
That's right. That's what he had to.
One of the things the police commission wanted to do was start budgeting overtime realistically. Because it's always been minimized and it's always goes $100,000 over.
I understand, but I mean, and again, I'm not trying to micromanage anyone, but if I take all their vacation days, all their sick days, figure out their hourly rate, probably their overtime rate comes out to 240 a day, multiply that number, 86,000 just sounds very high if we're adding a full-time employee to me.
Now, that's something we should
Discuss,
Discuss.
yeah, we'll discuss that.
The chief, when you guys start deliberating, the chief did give us some kind of, a little bit of a breakdown for Bob and I that shows, one budget line going up and another one going down. It was close to being a wash, but not quite, but I'll see if we can find it again. Yeah. Parks and Recreation. This was approved at $1,061,468. Here are the changes. They had requested 2 full-time maintenance people. The board of selectmen granted 1 full-time maintenance person and then reduced the overtime, not the overtime, but the part-time budget by a certain amount to compensate for that. And the theory there is that, I think you remember Eileen's presentation, she was talking about how it's difficult to work with more part-timers because of their schedule and other demands. So really, we think that 1 full-time person can be a lot more efficient than a bunch of, than a larger number of part-timers anyway. So that's how that was handled. The last item you see there, park maintenance and repairs, decreased by 43,500. Basketball court repairs, fence repairs, Johnson backs up. You're actually gonna get a recommendation from the board of selectmen to do that in the current year on a capital non-recurring. Because these are things that really can't roll over until, was that?
Way ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I think you and I are thinking the same way on that. Employee benefits, Department 390, approved as requested, $5,682,801. As much as we'd like to change that more, this was actually a good news line item. Most of our employees, 3 out of the 4 bargaining units were moved to high deductible health insurance. And we saw a reduction of about, in round numbers, 746,000 versus the prior year. Non-government subsidies, we had to actually take a vote to just say 0 because it exists in there, but as you know, this was moved to social services. Intra-government agency subsidies. This is the other green number that you'll find in there where we actually approved more than what was requested. We approved this at $454,342. And the difference is, like with police overtime, and I know we still have to talk about that, but the paramedic intercept program has been running a very large deficit every year. Doesn't come close to breaking even, and we've never really subsidized it appropriately. You guys tried to, I think the year before last, but in the pre-budget fees, you had to hit it again, but it just runs over. So we, at the comptroller's recommendation, we have to budget that realistically and not keep going to the red on that. Utilities, approved as requested at $2,459,721. No surprises there. Miscellaneous charges and transfers, approved as requested at $411,489. I'll let you get caught up. Senior Center, Department 430. This was approved with a reduction of 31,468, so it was approved at the level of 183,631. 2 changes here. The request, like with the other department I mentioned, the request for taking one of the assistants to full-time was not funded this year. And again, I want to compliment Lisa Plum for the work that she does. She has vastly increased the satisfaction, user satisfaction of the senior center. The programs they put together are great. They are seeing enrollment increases. This is something that we really should consider next year. But keep the budget in a manageable term. We're going to try to get by another year with that as a part-time position. The other change was taking the 12,000 and some change out of capital, in the operational budget and putting it in the capital budget. And that's something that I'm sure you'll agree we have to do, that's a safety issue. Library, no changes, approved as requested at 850,503. Debt service, approved as requested, 3,871,436. Board of Education, approved as requested, 43,684,271. And I want to compliment the administration and the board on producing a budget that is reasonable, reflects the goals of the town, and actually works to, in a very targeted manner, to increase performance and address some educational needs. It's remarkable to have, to be able to try to target some increases and still keep a budget down that low. In the increase column, it's quite a feat, so my compliments to them on that. School maintenance. For some reason, my colleagues like round numbers, so they took $1,165 out of that, just made it an even 500,000 like it was last year. What's that?
However, in the capital non-recurring,
Yeah,
they come out
right.
significantly.
So here is the summary of the total town operating budget with everything included. Town side operating budget is 23,291,306. That represents a 0.68 increase in year-over-year spending from the prior year. Combining Board of Education at 43,684,271, and Board of Ed maintenance at 500,000, and debt service. That comes to a grand total of $70,517,014. That is just a hair over the increase in revenue that we see from growth in the grand list. That's an increase of 859,818 over the prior year, or 1.22%. Last year's rate of inflation was 1.49, so this is below the rate of inflation. When you plug in the mill rate numbers, it's effectively no tax change. Depending on what the revenue actually comes in at, it's about $6.47 per year for the average household. So, like I said with my Subaru example, it's a partial zero tax increase. So before we move on to capital, do you guys have any questions you want to go over on this part of it?
Any questions or comments, and then we'll get into our own discussion.
Okay. Okay, capital. I would advise you all to sit down. So there's an awful lot of things we need to do.
Just give me 1 second, Matt, just.
Sure. Tell me when you're ready.
Just a couple notes here. And I gotta find it.
Right. Paul is passing down an eye chart. I'm not gonna put that eye chart up there because
Is that the,
that's the capital, that's the 10-year capital plan.
did it change from what we were saying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot lower. It's still big, I'm gonna tell you right up front, but it's a lot lower than what it was.
So this is the updated.
This is the update,
And who would improve?
new and improved.
Just give me a second. I'm good.
Okay, you guys ready? Okay, so, consistent with last year, 2017 revaluation, property revaluation, 50,000 allocated to that, and 2017 plan of conservation and development. So the first one is for the assessor's office, and the second one is for planning and zoning. These are the things that we allocate every year to build up the funds to handle those, and both of those things are going to occur in 2017. Highway department needs to replace an old pickup. I would say that considering that those things carry salt and are on the road a lot, it's amazing that they get the amount of miles and years that they do on them, so that's 55,000 for that. Road construction, now you'll notice that that came down, that was originally a little over 1.3 million. And when Bob and Brad analyzed the current year bills and looked at some of those things that were allocated from prior years, like the original bond and all these other things, there's enough left over that we did not need to put that in to do another note on that, in that amount. So we brought that down substantially. So we brought the operating budget from, last year was 200, brought that up to 400, and we're requesting 250 in this. But this is part of the strategy that we've all talked about to, get off of borrowing money to do those things. It's okay to do that when you're doing the full depth reconstruction, you're building a 20 or 30-year road. But when you're just doing the normal overlays and things that should be considered maintenance, you really need to shift that away from the debt load.
So why, you mind me
Go
asking
ahead.
any questions now? Why don't we just put it back in the operating budget?
Well, the last goal that I put up there is trying to keep the operating budget from going up more than the rate of inflation.
Yeah, I understand that, but quite frankly, we're paying interest on this money then. And I really see it's gonna, we're all striving, we've been talking about this for a few years now, to somewhere in the $750,000 to $950,000 a year for the operating budget. I thought we were weaned off of borrowing for maintenance stuff, so. And
Well,
I thought the last couple of years, I was all for it.
Yep.
But I think we're to the point where this needs to get back into the operating budget.
There's still some heavy duty full depth reclamation in this, but that's what we
Yeah,
have to do.
okay, I'm just wondering what the rationale was.
Yep.
That's all. I heard the numbers that are in there and, with the 400 that's in there now.
Yep.
So, okay.
So the other items, there's a culvert that's deteriorating. It's a C- to D+ grade on Artificial Road. Maple Avenue drainage improvements. These are some long-standing problems. Where Maple Avenue floods in there. With the construction going in there, we're gonna be running out of time. We're gonna have to fix that. Couple of very important things. These were not on your original list, but and I want to thank my colleague Paul Zakowski for this, because these things have been out there for years. The Berry School parking lot needs to be funded. That's a safety issue. Lighting for Whittlesey Drive, and this goes not only in front of Berry School, but down the junior parking lot. These things have been out there hanging out there for like 20 years that we've been talking about doing it. And some of the material was put in, as you know, like the concrete stanchions, and they were just never connected. It was never completed. So we want to go ahead and take care of those.
Can I ask just a quick question on that?
Sure.
And, Tim's talking about adding something to the operating budget. The Board of Ed offered to pay the $110,000 out of their contingency fund where the money's there. So I guess my question is, and I understand what you're saying about what the purpose of the fund was, but if they're willing to pay the 110 this year, and the superintendent was okay with it, and the financial director was okay with it, why are we going to borrow money to add to our bonds and our capital when they have the money that hasn't been spent right there and is able to use, is my question. I understand it from going forward, if you want to change the way we do the fund, we could talk about it, but the money's there and they allocated it.
Well, you're changing the way you're using the fund now by saying that. It's a slippery slope you're going down. We were sold on a set way of what it was supposed to be.
It's supposed to be an emergency fund, right?
Not even an emergency fund. It was a fund when instance, if I remember correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong, there was a grant that was out there that they had, we'll say it was $100,000. It was a matching grant. That's what that money was for, okay? And that's the way it was kind of brought on. And that's what we want to use it for. This would be the worst part. We end up going down this road, okay? We start using it for things that it wasn't approved for, okay? And again, the Board of Finance doesn't even have any say on it, really. It's just a recommendation. That's all we can. No, just hear me out. It's just a recommendation of what we can do. So now, what happens if all of a sudden some great fund comes up, or grant comes up, now the money's not in there? Now they just basically shut themselves in the foot by
something that is, again, is a capital
But
thing that
most
the
of those
town
grants, most of the grants you're talking about, personally, and correct me if I'm wrong, generally will have to do with hiring or a matching of funds. So by saying, that's okay, if the grants goes for hiring a full-time employee or something that you have to keep going for the next 5 years, you basically kept a zero balance and you're already however many percent behind the next year. So I just don't understand how the argument really holds water, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that the money's there, and I understand what you're gonna say, Phil, but I'm just saying the money's there. They wanted to use it for that. It saves the taxpayer $110,000 this year in money that was there and they wanted to use for that.
I
Well,
think Bill
I think
has,
you're under a little misconception. I think there's an agreement, maybe in writing, but it may be just an agreement that they will not use that fund, for hiring additional staff.
Correct.
And
We
encumbering additional obligations, henceforth. And also another function of that fund having a healthy balance is it helps the administration of the school budget with a lot sharper pencil, because they know if they mess up a little bit, they can cover it without coming backwards. And I think that gives them a sense of comfort. So that's why I'm directly in support of Mr. Draper's point.
I understand, but they seem to, it's their budget.
Brian,
I know they're okay with it. In my opinion, they just want to get the ball moving.
I think that we have another plan that I think you'll be pleased with.
Well,
Okay.
I want to thank you, Brian, for the question. Just so you know our thinking, when the selectmen debated this, we kind of heard two messages. One of them was, we'll use this if we have to, but then the chairman, Mr. Craven, said, really, he looked at this as being something, this is it's not an educational expenditure per se. It has to do with structure and infrastructure and public safety, and he felt that should be a taxpayer responsibility, not come out of that fund that's used for education. So we went that way, but that's, if,
I think we have an alternative plan I think you'll be pleased with, Brian, all right?
I have a question, separate question on that. On that 110,000, shouldn't that be 115? Wasn't the original estimate 145,
No, it was more than
145,000?
We're
For the
we're
first time.
moving,
I read
the-
that somewhere.
we're moving the location, to the back of Berry School. So we're not dealing with changing the grading level and a lot of fill and a lot of drainage and all of that. So, and that came out to, there were two estimates on that. One was in the 160s and one was 198. So, we're hopeful that the number's gonna be lower because we're in a flat area.
Okay, it's my $5,000.
And we had asked if that other 30,000 was still available, and the answer we received was yes, so that's 110
Okay.
plus the 30. And when we set up the fund, we did say opportunities and contingencies. And for this item, the Board of Ed felt very strongly because it is a safety issue, and we have not been able to address it. So I believe that's why it went there, and it meant that we didn't have to come back for additional money and we'd be able to address the safety issue.
No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm following. There's an alternative plan, is that in front of us?
No, I got that.
I think it's a good idea.
This
I
was,
have a couple of ideas to go over the capital plan, and I think.
I have a question about the lighting. Are we still on the parking lot, or can we go to lighting?
well, you're at Capitol, so go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so,
We jumped over a few things.
first of all, I just want to apologize for being late. It's a good thing I went on Friday for the first 2 hours, because that's what we saw. So anyway, the lighting on Whittlesey Drive, is that a hard estimate? Like, has that been looked at? Because my understanding, and maybe Bob can answer this, is that those fixtures are completely out of date and they can't even be connected. That's the only thing.
Go ahead.
The fixtures, the bases that are there are not connected to anything in the building. That's a Northeast Utilities connection.
Right,
And
but
for
that's,
us to use it, we would have to convert that over and tie it into the building.
right, that's my question. So does that, you have to replace
You would have to
literally
repipe,
everything?
you would have to repipe every stanchion.
Right, and is that what that is the estimate for? or the amount of money?
Which one?
The
lighting
lighting
for
for
Whitney
Whitney
Drive.
Drive.
No, the Board of Ed requested $100,000 just to add lighting to the junior. We asked for $100,000 to put lighting in the junior parking. When the only, and we knew we could do it for within those dollars. But, when the Board of Selectmen met, you know, it's been a long-standing issue the entire length. And so they suggested adding another 100. That would have to have specifications done, it would have to go out to bid. It is truly an estimate.
There's an engineering fee involved.
Is that fair, Paul? I mean, it's an
Yeah,
estimate.
well, I was of the opinion that the comment is acceptable. No, the conduit, think of it as follows, those are street lights, not sight lights.
Right.
Northeast utility
Right,
street
those are
lights.
slightly,
And they go to a transformer, they don't go
Right.
to the building.
right, but it would be, okay.
We would have to repipe the whole thing.
I just wanna know if that is like, you can even say that's ballpark, or is there a chance that that's gonna go way north? That's all.
I honestly wouldn't, say at this point. I think it was a very good idea to get that project done.
Right.
Hopefully with doing specifications and working with the Public Works Department and then going out to bid, hopefully we get good numbers.
And plus with the new LED technology, we probably needed many of the fixtures. Because we also have to keep in mind Judd Avenue with the residents there.
And is this something that in any way could be tied into the Amoresco project at all?
No.
Because.
It's not replacing existing technology.
There's new technology.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
So those concrete stanchions that are there are no good, they'll all have to be,
They're no good to us.
No, they're just showing.
so we're starting over from scratch.
Pretty much. But to answer your question, we think that that's a good ballpark. If it's more than that, we would have to just cut back and do what we could afford to do.
Alright, thank you.
Hey, Matt, you jumped a few things, going back to the first page. They could throw a few of us off. The 42,000 GVW truck, you guys, was that the one?
Oh.
That, yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, so-
that's the
okay.
replacing the
Just a dump
1994 Ford.
yep. I know you went to those culverts and things, and that's like Cindy Lane down that way, right? Is that what we're talking
The
about?
codfish.
Well, the culvert's on Codfish, correct?
Yeah.
Alright,
There's two, and there's one that's worse than the other. So we're targeting the one that's worse. It's farther out. It's not
Okay.
the one in front street.
and then what about the Maple Avenue?
Yeah.
I just needed some
Sure.
clarification, because I didn't know really what they were. I just was curious what they were.
Yeah, if you,
Go ahead, Doug.
coming down Maple Avenue, be right as soon as you get to Maple Avenue Extension, stop right there, there's a stone culvert, open channel flow right through there.
Yep,
The idea would be there to divert, or at least study diverting water, instead of that water all shooting down to plum trees, which we all know becomes a major flooding, historically a major flooding issue. The idea there would be divert that water down Ballfield Road there, down to the ballpark area.
does that water go on the side where they're building now? Where does it go to? I know exactly where it's
Yeah,
gotta be.
it all goes in.
It's supposed to go under the road, but it goes over the road and then off into East Swan.
Yeah, but down farther. Which part are you talking about? Are you talking about as soon as you go around the corner before the building
Well,
put down the sand?
that's where the project would be, to divert the water from going further down in,
Okay,
you know, which historically has been an issue, which will be improved with the recent Toll Brother
yeah, was
project.
any of this brought up with Toll Brothers with, their site plan and everything? Like, would they be responsible?
No,
I
not,
mean,
no.
with
This
Cindy
is,
Lane on the
this is-
backside and
this
those
is-
are the problems there.
this is water that's coming actually into their project area, would not have been in their scope, and would be really hard pressed to make them responsible for doing something that's out of their general area.
They did pay for improvements to the pipes underneath Maple though.
Yeah.
Double up the size of those. And some pond improvements.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just had a question on the truck. Does the 178,000, that includes the plow, all the equipment that you need, or is that just for the purchase of the
It's
truck?
just a truck.
I believe it's,
But the plows we reuse, right?
yeah, the plow would be separate, but it would include the plow hitch and everything on the truck that's needed to,
The
you know.
frame's all the same, like it'll swap over?
Body and all.
Yes, yeah, we have everything standardized, yeah.
What about the sanders on them? Are they still gonna be the put-in sanders, or are they gonna be the bed sanders?
No, they're the multi-purpose sanders. There's actually some positive developments in the industry where you know, there might be an opportunity to, go with, if not stainless steel, portions of the body being stainless steel that normally, lead to premature wear on these things. So there's some developments in that area that would hopefully cause the body aspect of these trucks, which historically rots out first, to actually last as long as the chassis do.
So, I guess, I know the low boys, a lot of the new low boys that we had, that put down has,
Yeah.
you know, has its own beds where the sand
Yep.
don't right into them. So this truck does have that.
Yeah, this is a full-size one.
No, I know what kind of
And-
truck it is, I'm just making sure, so it has a full, it just doesn't, it's just not coming with the plow.
That's correct, that's
Okay.
correct. It's the latest, the greatest. It's,
Yep,
Yeah.
okay. It's a big number for, you know, I mean, you buy a triaxle for that.
I have a question on the Maple Avenue drainage. I see it's 75,000 this year and 150 next year.
if this is, for the study of the project and design, portion of the 75, it would be first to study, see if, what the realized benefits to the town would be before we spend the entire $75,000. If the initial engineering study comes back in the affirmative, and it would, you know, lead the town to believe that there'd be a substantial benefit, the construction of the project would be the following year, which would be the $150,000 estimate.
So that's for engineering work.
Yeah, engineering, evaluation and engineering.
And I remember when Toll Brothers was talking about their improvements down
Yeah.
there. They thought, as I recall from the presentation, that they were gonna eliminate the flooding based on what they've done. Is this flooding in a different area of Maple Avenue that's
It's-
not in the
it's one of
scope of their project?
It's one of the same flooding right now with the increase in intensity storms, the frequency of those. Plumtree's overflows right now due to the volume of that. The drainage system that will be put in by Trouble, this project will improve that. But, you know, during a tropical storm or really high intensity water levels, I'm told that this would really be a big benefit.
So the 75,000 is to have an engineer study it, look at everything and come up. with-
Well, yeah, would be number one, a study to look at the cost effectiveness of what we're looking to do, and if that portion of the project, and that may be, you know, $10,000-$20,000 of it, and if that still looks like it's something that we would then go towards a design and bid documents. Within the following year would be an estimate for construction. So we're not just throwing money at it, we take things very methodically, one step at a time, but, that's, you know.
Yeah, I just remember Toll Brothers saying that they were gonna solve the problem.
I remember that too,
Is what
so.
Toll Brothers had said.
I think they were referring to the two pipes that go underneath the plum trees.
Okay.
That, it's still maple, this goes over to the swamp. This, I just wanna make sure I have this right, this addresses water that comes down from the hill, like from the governor's lane area, and goes into that area. And that's been a problem for years.
And we left off at lighting.
Okay.
Well, we talked about that. The other thing that this, oh, go ahead, Paul.
We're at, after lighting is the most important one.
Yeah, after discussing the issue with seats, you know, auditorium seats, and, you know, the idea of, you know, getting donations for that, and again, we agreed with, Mr. Kravis that this is a building issue that we should really be responsible for, so we put in 200,000 for new seats for VHS auditorium.
It's, needless to say, I don't think there's anybody in this room who would disagree with that. You know, when you have all of your meetings, and it's sort of an embarrassment right now.
How many total seats?
I think it's,
That was
700.
537.
537.
Correct.
Because we took some off for sure.
Does that include the whole deal, like taking them out?
Well, Bob has the Lord Company coming tomorrow, so that we can develop
The Lord is coming.
a number.
I know while we're on that, you're obviously getting a more firm of a price.
Yeah.
Can you also get a better, feel for what it is for the, middle school auditorium seating also?
Well,
Hopefully they're
while
gonna
he's
fall.
there, I'm gonna walk him over there because I know that's part two.
Okay.
Yeah. They're different vintages of chairs.
Yeah.
And this company specializes in that type of stuff.
In vintage chairs?
Well, you know, retrofitting because they're
there's some engineering involved because of pitch, and you've got some ADA requirements, and so he'll bring the latest engineering specs for this.
You're talking just about the pitch, not the chair itself.
Pitch, and you have to have an area for turnaround for an attendant with a wheelchair on the bottom. So there's a lot of little
We're not
nuances.
retrofitting these existing ones.
No,
Good.
Okay.
All right, so here, now we get into some more good stuff. The highway department, the garage roof is failing, needs a, we've been visited by OSHA, I believe, and we've got some issues with carbon monoxide. We're required to have a system that measures carbon monoxide and opens the doors if there's a buildup, safety issue. Salt storage repairs, if you look at the salt building, I don't know why it was ever built this way, but the roof goes like this. Goes down, and then there's no overhang, there's no socket. It just goes to the line of the wall and then goes straight down. So water runs down the wall and rots the wood. So we need about 50,000 worth of repairs to that building and fix that roof so it doesn't do that anymore.
Matt, that's fine. Going back, this carbon monoxide. Whatever. Now, OSHA came in and said this is a mandatory thing, or where are we at with that? This $250,000.
No, the carbon monoxide system is something like the town who's been actually talking, Public Works has been speaking of for a number of years. There actually, at one point in time, a bid went out with the design to do that, and then with the Amoresco project coming in, things kind of like got put on hold, and a number of other changes happened. What we have going on right now, the Amoresco project is an energy improvement management project. They're going to be upgrading the oil-fired furnaces in the garage to natural gas-fired furnaces, and also buttoning up all the garage doors. When you do that, you really restrict the ventilation through the building. What's a particular concern, and particularly in the highway garage, is that you have a 24/7 emergency operation down there. And, if after a number of days being up, when somebody falls asleep in their truck during break, and that's what these guys do during a major storm, there's a very strong possibility that somebody could be in that building sleeping in the front seat of their truck because they've been up for 3 or 4 days straight, and just normal alarms going off saying get out of the building aren't going to work. So because of that, we need a more advanced carbon monoxide system that actually mechanically, circulates the air in that building. The budget number is what we know is in the ballpark, because that's what we came up with a number of years ago. I've been trying to get into looking at different ways of moving that into the project. I thought that was in the Amoresco project because of the lack of energy savings. It's not, but it needs to be done.
So this is the system that will open the doors too if there's a concentration?
Yeah, we're discussing with mechanical engineers. The way is that there's either the doors all open up, letting fresh air in, or there's mechanical fans that actually circulate the air inside the building to get that out of the garage. Someone not familiar with the type of trucks that we use, when the trucks are cold, they take sometimes 2, 3, 5 minutes to build up air pressure. Air pressure is what releases the brakes in the trucks. Truck won't move without air pressure. So you could have and we have older trucks that are actually smoking, emitting gas fumes, diesel fumes in the garage while they're building up a brake pressure. So there's a number of different unique operational dynamics that really reinforce the need to have both a system in place that has an alarm, but also has mechanical measures that make the area safe.
So you guys might remember a few years ago, we had a grant for upgrading heating systems. I think it was to convert them to gas. And we were gonna do that there because Yankee Gas was gonna put in the line, and that would save us the oil thing. When we discovered that we couldn't upgrade the heating without also addressing this issue. So that's why that's on right now.
And the heating will be upgraded?
Is
Because one has to, you can't do one without the other, is that correct?
Well, I would rather have a building that's running efficiently than have an opportunity that we put the heat system in, we button up the garage doors right now that you can put your fist through. and then run into some health and safety issues. So it is an important project that we get done now. So Amoresco can upgrade the heating and the town could, and I think the savings energy-wise would probably pay for everything because
Well, that's
right,
what I'm, that's what
right
I'm trying
now
to get
it's a
wrapped
very
my head around that
inefficient
part of it.
system
That's what I'm thinking. So it is an Amoresco
for the gas heat, just
for
not
the
the,
heat and.
not the
Alright.
CO.
Okay. That just gives me a little more clarification on it.
Okay. Now we go to the gym and shelter locker room repairs. And that comes in, this is the big ticket item in here. It comes in at 1.5 million. Okay. And remember you guys had a tour and saw the condition of the facility.
Well, this is where we can talk to this now, or do you want to wait?
Well, we'll go over that again.
You're gonna, you have any questions?
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is no fault of anyone's. I mean, I was handed the paper of what the concept was.
Yeah.
I necessarily didn't feel like we've looked at every possible alternative, and to me, I agree it has to get done, we have to do something. I would feel more comfortable in terms of reducing this number this year, put money in, have a study done, with anticipating doing something next year over there. You could shake your head, I'm just saying, 1.5 million, to me, for what I look at, and I do have a background in construction, that's a stab in the dark. I mean, there's no real plans or anything. So I'm just saying, to me, before we approve 1.5 million for something we don't even really know.
Sure. I mean, I can speak to that. I know it's a parks area, very important, but it is a facility. We engaged Architects Guild here in Bethel. They're a local firm and we're very familiar with not only the space that we worked with, Parks and Public Works. They were very familiar with other proposed uses, i.e. in addition on the backside for a youth center or other out of the box thinking. And after looking at the space and looking at the other options, you know, the space, they concluded that was the best beneficial.
What was the total square footage of the bathroom area that you're talking about doing?
Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it was, you know, it's a comprehensive. The area over there was a comprehensive use in terms of it's used as a locker room, but also it's used as a shelter area. It's got structural deficiencies that the town will have to put maintenance repair money into just to bring it up to code. So when the idea of this project came along, it would really, you know, take care of a number of issues that the town's gonna be forced to spend, you know, good money after bad.
So you're saying that the 1.5 isn't just for that area?
The 1.5 is for,
That's what
it is for that area.
I did email Bob the copy of this has all the electrical plans and all the square footages and all the mechanical. And I did email it to Bob and I thought they'd email that to you guys.
How about if we make a copy of this for every board member?
That would be great.
I emailed that to you the other day, Bob. And
We had asked for square footage, we had asked for a couple of things from Eileen.
And I emailed it to you to have you send it to them.
I thought I had sent it out, but maybe I didn't.
You might have, some of your attachments I can't open, just so you know.
Oh, yeah.
For me, sometimes I can't.
But it was a series of different drawings.
And it goes the electrical plan, it goes into all the details of everything.
Dan's gonna make a copy for you right now, so you got hard copies, and the square foot, you might.
I'm really interested in the square footage.
Yeah.
How many square feet?
Well, you know, you asked a good question, you wanna know what planning has gone into it so far, is it just a, you know, concept, and you think it's this, or, I think there's been as much that went into that as went into the police station before it went to the referendum, so.
I'm not questioning people's
okay.
intentions or anything. I'm
That's
saying,
okay.
if it's 2,000 square feet, and you're telling me it's 750 a square foot to renovate, that sounds very high to me. If it's 3,000 square feet, it might make sense.
I'm just glad that, you know, we have people on this board that know construction and can look at those things, and I would encourage you to go with the architect and ask the questions too.
Hold on a second.
Kim, and then.
One of the questions I have is, you know, because it's a pretty picture that, you know, that we saw, and of course, we took the tour last week. But has this been in front of the building and site committee? that's really what they're, I guess really that's what they're charged with, really. I mean, that's why we have a building, it's not just for the police station, it's for,
No, I
it's for the
don't remember.
library, it was for the fire department. So this is, to me, going back to Brian, I'm not gonna get into nitty gritty, because right now, I don't know what's there.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Art could say that, you know, there's structural issues there, but until it's basically gutted out, I couldn't tell you if there's structural issues there or not.
Well,
You know,
when you get the
and I
report.
obviously I have,
Yeah.
you know, construction background too.
Yeah.
But I think it should be a little bit more comprehensive on the, seeing exactly what we need. Again, like I said, pretty pictures, you look great, but until you really know, I mean, where, you know, and then again, what's the needs assessment there? How many toilets, how many showers, you know, what is it gonna be? Is it gonna be for the emergency management thing? Yes, you know, how many people are we gonna have there? Well, I don't know. You know, I mean, so I certainly can't vote on something for $1.5 million with so many questions, you know, my end. So I would just say, I think this should be kicked back to the Board of Selectmen, which should kick it to the Building and Site Committee, and maybe have and see what their take is on it. I believe Mr. Mending, I was gonna say Mayor, so Mending. I know it started with an M, it's here, so.
We have a comment from
No,
Cynthia.
I just, because when we were touring it, yeah, it's obviously deplorable, I mean, it looks horrible, but a couple questions came to mind, it's good we're getting this information, but I feel it's kind of late to get the information to really absorb it. And this is the first I've heard when Doug was saying that an architect's been involved and all these things, I mean, that's not the impression that we got, and to walk in there and it really looks sad, and then, you know, just have a picture, it's really difficult. But the big question I had when I was walking around was, who's charged with keeping this maintained? Because there does seem like I mean, even spraying some lime out, I mean, it just seemed like there was no lime out, I use it all the time, you know, for the lime residue of the water. It's like, even the level of maintenance was so low, it makes me think, like, just who's in charge of that? I just wanna know, like, who is supposed to
The
literally?
cleaning service cleans the bathroom but doesn't clean anything else.
Okay.
A lot of those other areas are just used for equipment
Or
storage.
even small repairs, or when you see some tile coming out, or some, you know, there was like a strip of some kind of gray plastic substance, putty or something, that had been just stuck in there, but I just don't know the program of repair and maintenance, that's all I'm asking, because that was a big question mark.
The life cycle of much of what you're seeing back there is really, you could throw a lot of money in maintenance in there, but you're not gonna get.
I'm just talking about regularity, I was just concerned and wondering about what the regular maintenance program is of areas like that, because, you know, I'm not in construction, but I do have a house, and I know that things break down over time.
I think a lot is driven by use, and the deplorable conditions back there have driven out, really any practical use of that area in the building.
I think I think what we all saw on the walkthrough last week was run a mop through there once in a while and clean up the garbage. Quite frankly, there was no basic maintenance like they do in the rest of this building. It's
really
like,
wasn't.
No, it's not, those are not public areas.
It was like the land that.
So I don't, you know, I mean, you go by them in two different hallways and nobody ever goes in.
However, they could be used by the public in an emergency. Why not maintain them on a regular basis?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about the code. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, they just used them a couple of years ago now.
No, they were.
Oh, they
Well, the showers.
Yeah.
That's
Right, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking
No,
about some of the
I'm
storage
talking about
areas.
the shower.
Because there were some rooms that were used for book storage.
Oh, yeah, the
No,
shower.
we're pretty much talking about just the general maintenance.
We're talking
Just
about
like
the
everybody walks the floor
shower.
once in a while.
The parts department has utility ports used as a shelter, because they're not used regularly, so no, we don't spend money having them.
Aren't we on a
Okay, one at a time.
Aren't we on a contract with having all the town buildings cleaned, the library and this building? It just seems like, you know, somebody's.
Okay, all right.
Like,
Whether
everything-
somebody said
everything-
something, or it was just.
That really has nothing to do with.
No, I
Based on the fact that it'll be used as an emergency shelter, and maybe Tom or maybe you guys have looked into it, are there any grants that would be available through?
I'm not aware, maybe the.
I think we talked about it, but there's no grants for emergencies.
Right now for that through FEMA or anything for, shelter upgrades? No, there's nothing. There's nothing else.
By the way,
through
this goes back about 3 years, and we've
Oh, I know.
been working on it, so we've been looking for grants. So
I
just
agree, it
wanna
needs to get done. My only point is, let's get some plans and some ideas before we approve 1.5 million, that's all.
Sure.
I think it needs to get done, 100%.
Something needs to get done.
No, absolutely.
Okay, next.
Okay, the next couple items you'll see had come over from the operating budget, the forcible entry plate training door for the fire departments, the fire marshal's vehicle. From the police department, 12 6-hour handguns to replace aging guns, and chief would like to trade those in while they still, the old ones while they still have some value. And
I
Ryan
got a
should-
quick question on that, just why would that be in here instead of capital equipment? Would be handguns?
This is capital.
It is equipment.
It is capital equipment. How many years do you get out of those things? Seems like you're the,
My first one I had for 15 years. You know, it just depends on the department and, you know, the officers maintaining, but as long as you maintain it, I mean.
I asked, and, they said so far it's been 10 years, but the good thing is it's the trade-in value that they're getting for these. It's an outstanding trade-in value for each one.
okay, and the last 4 items, siding and book drop repairs, storm windows, basement windows, and 2 trees, those are trees, not trusses. Trees, to replace a couple of dead trees at the Sealy House. These were items that, basically should have been part of the library renovation, but they ran out of funds before those things got done. So we're trying to, so the total proposed capital budget is $3,365,375.
All right, we did not go over Greenwood Avenue walkway repairs.
Oh, did we miss that? Yeah, you're right.
115, I think we should probably.
Yeah, that is, the streetscape project is now getting to be about 18 years old. And there are a lot of places where the pavers have heaved up, the trees have died off, and the bricks around them have been displaced. We have a couple places where water main valves are popping up through them. And it's one of those things where it's to keep our downtown looking nice and attractive as well as safe. It's time to give that a refresher. This year, and we put some other things in front of you in the past couple of years, like painting the light poles. We got that done. Thanks to Eileen, got them all done for the price that we thought we'd just do half of them. We've replaced the trash cans and recycling bins and spruce that up a little bit. But you know, we do have a responsibility to keep the downtown looking nice and keeping it safe too. They're getting some more trips and falls, you know, because of things. Nothing serious, but it is something that we should be thinking about doing.
Do we have any long-term plans to extend the streetscape down the Greenwood Avenue?
Yes, we do. That is, we have a grant to continue the planning on that, and within a couple of years, we should be able to bring it down past the other side of the tracks.
All right, so we have a total $3,365,375, and then you have taken $400,000 in highway budget, $225 in capital non-recurring. Would you explain that?
Where's that?
On the last page, under the total.
Oh, this is the last items.
You had 3,365,375, then underneath it, you deducted 400,000 in highway budget, you deducted 225 capital non-recurring, so you came out with a bottom line figure of 2,740,375.
So, Bruce, those were Bob's notes when it was the 1.3 million for the road construction, that it could be reduced by that. Obviously, by taking it down to 250,000, they reduced it by more than the 400,000. So you just have to go, the top number is there. The other part, the 225 you mentioned,
right,
is just a reminder that some of that stuff you guys could move to capital non-recurring. So the top number is the 3.365.
So that's the number we're working with currently.
Correct.
So I do have 2 more pages of stuff that I just wanted to show you the things that we took out of the capital requests. You can hit the next one, Brad. Highway truck wash. That sounds like a frivolous item, but the Department of Environmental Protection and Energy is really starting to put a lot of pressure on towns to, obviously we have to wash our trucks that carry salt, which is highly corrosive. And they want towns to install some kind of a truck washing system that captures that water and doesn't let it go back into the aquifers. And, you know, and what we're working on here is a regional solution where we share resources with one of our neighboring towns. And that's getting to be a real problem. McNeil Road cul-de-sac, this is a planning and zoning issue. The 2007 long-term plan of conservation and development recommended closing off McNeil Road. We have the approvals in place for that, but really felt that we couldn't fund it this year. So we took that out. Turf field, unfortunately, I personally support this, but I understand my colleagues' desire to keep this number lower. It's already pretty big. South Street Fire Department would like another pumper. Stony Hill would like an aerial truck. They probably do need one as there's more development at Copper Square. I think that, Bruce, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have a 90-foot ladder on the aerial at Bethel, right?
Right.
And I'm told that in order to get a truck close enough to the setback where Copper Square is, the way it's designed, to reach the upper floor, you need a 110-foot aerial. So at some point we have to do that, but I would like to put together like a fire safety committee to go over these needs and coordinate what we buy for each for both departments. We have 2 excellent volunteer departments, but in terms of the resources, I think we have to start treating them as if it's one department and coordinate the resources between the 2. New police phone system. Obviously, they're going to get a new building. This has been in a capital request for some time. Before he retired, Captain Bruckenthal was in charge of trying to find old phones that would work. And he literally would call libraries and police stations and firehouses all over the state to try to get old phones. The system is so old, they stopped making parts for it years ago. So we may have to come up with some creative solutions if any more of the equipment fails between now and the construction of the new station. But it doesn't make sense to spend 25 grand on new phones when we're getting a whole new department. Body cameras and tasers, Chief would like to increase the rollout of those things, but we decided to put that off for another year. Again, new phones for the library. This is a similar situation. Those phones, even in the new wing, those are old phones that they just extended into the new area. And they're beginning to fail. So we're going to be, Brad is doing research now on internet protocol phones. That we don't want to put those in the capital budget just yet. The gentleman who plays softball at the field would like new lights. And the comptroller tells me that the lights are very dangerous. That, you know, it's easy to get beamed in the head with a fly ball. But again, you know, they don't have to play at night. It's an optional thing. We can put that off for a while. Utility vehicle for the utility vehicle for $13,000 for the Park and Rec department. She needs it. We're going to hope that the one that she has doesn't blow up between now and then. Lowboy truck, same thing. And then the one little over $1 million in road construction was taken out, as we said, because we've got money in the current budget that can be used. So total deferred, not included in this recommendation, is a little over $4.3 million.
Any questions on the deferred capital?
Just the body cameras.
Body cameras?
Body cameras for 6,000. I think it's a little bit the investment, that's what they want to go to.
You can always add it in. This is just their recommendation.
I'm just saying, yeah, that could save you a lot of money down the road in terms of lawsuits and civil litigation.
All right, any other questions?
I just got one question, because I was doing some stuff, and it was on the, what we calling it, the Greenwood Avenue walkway repairs.
Yeah.
What do they plan, yeah, the pavers, that's there, you know, they're in the original streetscape. What do they plan on doing? lifting everything up and resetting everything? Is that the idea?
No, I think it's,
Redoing, taking them out and going back to concrete? I don't.
No, it's to remove the ones that are there and reset them.
Everything.
And then reset all of them and then make where it's not handicapped. There's several areas that are not wide enough
Yeah.
and make those wide enough for a wheelchair to go by.
Yeah, I mean, go in front of
Yeah.
Brady's office, it's about that big.
Yeah, and then, so, but it's, and that includes all of like in front of Greenwoods, all the way down through around PT Barnum Square and back up the other side, so it's a fairly
Is there any
large,
new stuff in it, or is it just what's there now?
just what's there now.
that would include, ramping the place in front of the Wells Fargo Bank though, right?
Yes, anything that needed to be handicapped is gonna
Yeah.
get
And
handicapped.
this is a hard number to do everything.
That's the number that I got with someone I walked through, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it would go out to bid, obviously.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
This is, you know that there used to be a crosswalk in front of, Wells Fargo Bank? And when the state came through and repaid that, they wouldn't let us put that back in because you have to have a slope that goes down to meet the street and put a braille pad there.
Yeah.
So it would include that, and then you can put that crosswalk back the way it was.
Yeah. So any ADA type stuff is gonna be addressed in that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on capital? All right. Any other comments, or?
I don't think so. You'll be, you tell me your thing in your,
Oh, I'm
answer
sorry.
question anyways.
All right, well, what we'd like to do then, it's almost 8 o'clock, I think that we have a lot of people here from the Board of Education. And I think that probably what we should do is go over the Board of Education budget if everybody agrees. Would that be agreeable to everybody? I see they're here
Are we
for,
voting?
yes?
Or is this, no, I mean, just saying, unless you hear dissent, I think we're probably good.
All right, so I know there's people here from Board of Ed, Library, and Bethel Fire Department, so those are the three that we should probably cover first, so. All right, why don't we open up under the proposal for the Board of Education.
I move, to reduce the Board of Ed 450 accounts by $120,000 for a total budget of $43,564,271.
I'll second this for discussion.
All right, we have a motion, let me find that. That would be Board of Education, what number was that?
Count 450.
Account 450.
No, I know we only have bottom line on that, Bill, so could you just ask?
Yeah, let me,
could I just ask you
let me
where you-
explain why, I think that's appropriate. First of all, I think the budget, the final number is extremely good, and I absolutely have no complaints with it. My problem is, as I mentioned during the presentation, from the board, that the certified headcount increase troubles me greatly, because while I recognize the need for the 3 math tutors, I would like to, at this point, limit that to 2 and postpone the 1/3 or art teacher until next year. If I am, the overriding structure that allowed that increase in headcount was an extraordinary decrease in the health insurance component. That's the way I look at it anyway. And next year, that baseline readjustment is going to be added to in the normal course of inflationary expectations. And if we have another 4 full-time equivalents plus the bench monitors, next year, I'm afraid we're gonna have layoffs of certified staff, if it gets over, say, 2.5%, 2.2%. And I would rather gradually increase, see how the budget plays out over the next 2 years, and if it looks good, we can add the 3rd math coach and perhaps the art teacher next year. So that's my rationale, and it's my way of thinking. 120,000 about covers the 3rd and art teacher and 1 certified staff member of an average high salary with benefits. That's
So-
what I'm coming from.
Your reduction is a total of,
120,000. Now, obviously, we can't tell you guys what to do, but that's the rationale.
Correct me if I'm wrong though, the art teachers, when we talked about the third, we're already paying benefits on that position. That,
It's
Yes,
possible.
we are.
I'm almost
We
positive
are.
that's what was in the presentation. So the art teacher, the total number was 17,000, correct?
Correct.
So we have 17,000 for the art teacher. And what was one full-time equivalent with, when did we come to that number?
Yeah, I can get him the exact number. It's 59. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. A math interventionist would be 59,470. And the additional cost of the art teacher, 17,969. And the cost of one set of benefits, if we assume two-person benefits, which is the midpoint. Teacher benefits, cost of the district, 17,895.
But, and it's the salary is 52,
59,470.
59, 470.
But again, and correct me if I'm wrong, you did reduce your headcount at one of the schools to make them a math
We
interventionist,
did.
correct?
We did.
So you already looked at the needs and said, you know, you kind of asked for what you needed, and you were even willing to take away a full-time position rather than saying that we want 4 of these positions. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I just think that the math skills today is so important for kids to have these math skills. I just don't know whether it's pulling an arbitrary number out of our thing saying, 120,000 without, really looking at the ramifications and what it could be.
I'm going to revise my motion to remove $95,000 from the 43,684,271. So where are we at?
right, that would be the total of the three figures that she gave us, correct?
Yes,
Roughly speaking.
yes, rounded.
Do we have a,
What was it? So that will be a bottom
95.
line of 43,589,271.
okay, do we have a, second on his revised motion?
Second.
All right, let's open up a discussion on that. The number again was 43,589. Million, 589.
43,589,000.
71, okay. 43,589,71. So what he did, let me just clarify this.
270.
Whatever math intervention is.
Well, he changed his, he changed his number from 120 to 95, which is a difference of 25,000. Okay? Any discussion, further discussion, go ahead.
Look, I understand where you're coming from, though. The number to me, the increase of 1.3 is very modest, especially I think when we consider what surrounding towns are doing, what the rate of inflation is, and perhaps more importantly, the purpose of the 3 people for this math intervention. I share bias. Keeping the young people in our school up to speed on that, not just for the substantive area, but for the trains of mind and train somebody how to think. Because those are life skills. I think we should just trust the professionals, and they think that's what they need to beat this board for the additional amount of money. It seems to me that we're better off just giving that number and saying thank you for keeping the overall increase well within the inflationary rate in our neighborhood towns.
Okay,
My problem is not this year's budget, it's next year's. And if we get into trouble next year, we can't lay off the people that we hired this year. We have to lay off more headcount because we have to lay off the new teachers who are the cheapest teachers. And that is a bind that I think would be very, very damaging to class size. And that's what I'm worried about. If it works out well and things stay calm and the budget is good, we can put these two extra staff or the extra third, one and a third staff in next year. I would like to go slow on the head count. I've always been rather reluctant when the student population is not increasing to increase head count. It's not just 1 year, it's projected in the future, and it's a very large financial obligation for the future taxpayers every time we increase head count. So I'm very sympathetic to the idea behind it, but I'm very concerned that we're gonna get ourselves into trouble next year.
When I take that point, my philosophy on it would be to not necessarily be afraid of the future, deal with what we have today, and deal with the future as is required and appropriately. So, and for this overall number, and given what we're seeing in surrounding towns, this to me just seems obvious.
It's a great number, and I commend everybody, but it's a one-time reduction, which is not gonna recur next year. And that's how municipalities and states get into trouble. They get a little extra revenue and they spend it. And I've seen, you know, towns go downhill. So that's
Brian, do you have anything?
Um,
We'll go right down the line.
and again, you know, I asked this question. If we started the third halfway through the school season, we would have the reduction close to what you're asking for, and it would minimize the impact on next year's budget because we absorbed half of it in this cycle.
Yeah, I think the logistics of that are a little clumsy for the school system. Pick up somebody in the middle of the year, I think difficult, but I think we'd be better off making our decision to either do it all or do two.
And even if you start at mid-year, the full weight of it is an automatic increase for next year.
Right, but I mean, basically what.
But I understand, I get the
But what I'm saying, so
methodology.
basically what you're telling me, it's all or none.
No,
I mean,
it's
that's what
not.
I just heard. I mean, I'm
It-
trying to figure out a way to have a
We'll deal with it
compromise.
whichever way we need to deal with it, we'll deal with it. It's, you know, there's pros and cons to whichever way you approach it, but,
Okay.
but I do appreciate that recommendation. The board would have to go back and decide how to reduce the 95,000.
Also, we are not, we're suggesting by this vote, we're not telling the Board of Ed if they can move somebody from another position to fill this position because they think it's more important. They're more than free to do it.
Correct. The obligation for the
It's
Board
a
of
sig-
Education
it's a-
would be to reduce $95,000.
Exactly.
Bottom line.
All right, and Tim?
We are still, it was requested for 3, correct? It was requested for 3,
There are
plus
three-
plus a .33 for the art teacher, and one
Correct.
person's moving from the high school to Johnson.
Correct, so that's really,
So basically, it's right now, you're getting 2 of the math teachers, okay?
Right.
And then you're also upping the art teacher to full-time, correct?
in the proposal you have in front of you,
So,
there's an addition of 3 math interventionists, an addition of .33 art,
Mhm.
and a plan of hours to also have a 4th math interventionist by
True reality.
taking an FTE out of the
Yep.
high school and moving it to the elementary.
Okay.
But I think what Bill was trying to get to, roughly, guidance was reduce one of the math, reduce the art.
Right, and that's as far as I'm willing to go.
But I don't think the ninth, well, okay.
The 95, I think, is.
It is.
Math is art.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Gary? Cynthia?
I am so split because, first of all, I thought that the Board of Ed presentation was fantastic. I tend to see Bill Kingston's point, and this is because I have concerns, I'm reading about the state and the pensions and the layoffs and to Bob's point, we deal with what we have now, but on the other hand, it is the purview of the Board of Finance to project 5 years ahead and to look into the future to a certain degree. I would hate to have new hires and then have, some layoffs after you just get this program started. So it's very difficult. Are these people, would these also be into paid pensions, like state pensions?
I can give you an overview of that.
Okay, would you?
So administrators and teachers are certified staff. They are not in Bethel pensions. They are in the state of Connecticut.
State, yes.
Okay, so they're in state pensions. So that doesn't affect the direct budget that you're working with as a Board of Finance here in Bethel. It
Right.
does impact the checks we write when we pay our taxes to the state of
Yes.
okay, but not the budget
I
right
look
in
at
front
all
of you
the
today.
ECHO
Okay.
stuff.
And then all our other bargaining units, there were and continue to be members that were in the Bethel pension plan. All new hires starting probably about 3 years ago are in a defined contribution
Yeah, I'm
plan,
aware of that.
and they're not in the defined benefit plan any longer. And so that building of a long-term liability has ended. Now, people who are in it are still in it, but for about the last 3 years and going forward, new hires are in a defined contribution plan, which is a pension plan and does involve matching, but the expense is current, the expense isn't building the future liability.
Yeah, I was really talking about the state. The state is completely rearranging everything and they're making huge cuts. And even though it just seems that I don't understand how a municipality can take on while the state is decreasing. But it's not, I'm not saying that you don't deserve it, need it, that your vision isn't great, because it is. But I think in terms, like what Bill says, is, I know that you have 100% confidence that it's gonna be great, and it will be, but to have the two and then to look to next year to flesh it out, that seems to be prudent to me. I mean, the reason I'm even sitting here, which by the way is harder than I thought it would, is because I promised that I would use my head and not be steered by my heart, which is very difficult. And I'm just really concerned about the benefits, number one, because I think you said a lot of people are having babies. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad to have babies, I'm saying that when all the babies come, will that not shift the whole benefits thing? Will that affect any sort of negotiation?
Well, it's part of business we're in.
Oh, I'm all about babies. It's not about that. I'm just trying to say cost-wise down the future. Seriously, I tell people, if you're depressed, get hold of a baby, because it just will change your whole life. That it will affect I'm just trying to look a little bit in the future. I think with two, I know you're the experts, I defer to that, but it's just from a cost standpoint, if it is possible to take that amount out of somewhere else, I would be.
Okay, yes,
Thank you.
Do you have any anticipated retirements that you're not planning on backfilling? Or is every position that you?
No, but we do have a negative 100,000 in the proposed budget to reflect the savings we'll have from at least 4 retirements and then hiring at a lower rate. So we have factored that in already.
So in the short term,
cheaper long-term as they progress, it goes up.
But we have some turnover every year, so
We do every year.
we always have that amount in the budget as a negative, because, we feel it's upfront to reflect the fact that we do have vacancy turnover. But we don't have any plans to not backfill any
Other than
vacancies.
the one that we are.
Other than the one we're reallocating, which is not one that we're not filling at all. We're just reallocating it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you mind if I make a comment?
All right, ahead.
For your consideration, and, you know, I take everybody's comments, very seriously, and I think I turned on Siri, how about that? One of the things that occurred to me in the years that I was on the board of Ed, and back when I was on the board, and there is today, a lot of concern about performance of American school children across the nation. And I'd say about a dozen times a year, you could pick up the New York Times or the Washington Post or USA Today and find an article about how American kids underperform their counterparts in the industrialized world. One of the things that occurred to me a long time ago is that the way we're structured literally makes it impossible for the federal government to do anything about it. No Child Left Behind was a failure, it was repealed last year. And so there's no help that's gonna come and, you know, fix math instruction from the federal government. And as Cynthia pointed out, the state is sure not gonna come in with on a white horse with bags of money to fix it. And as a board member, it occurred to me a long time ago that those problems get fixed in local boards of education, just like this, you know, making hard decisions and saying, we're gonna sacrifice a teacher in this department to put this math interventionist in another department because that's gonna be more important. So if I can't vote on this, obviously I'm ex officio, so you have to put up with me talking, but I can't vote on it. If I could, I would vote to keep it the way, and keep the proposal the way it is. Understanding there's some risk. You can't minimize, you can't even predict what that risk is gonna be, to Bill's point. It could happen, or there could be 10 teachers that decide next year is the time to retire, and you could not have a problem. So I wouldn't wanna miss the opportunity to address that math problem, because I can't remember what the number was, but for every one of those math interventionists you take off, there's a certain number of kids that won't get served. So that's, for your consideration, I would thank you.
All right, Gary has a couple of questions.
I don't know who's addressed it, maybe Terry, you can answer the question for me. Clarify for me, have you looked at all the resources you have right now in your school system to see if any of your resources could be reallocated to take on this responsibility?
We have, and I truly enjoy working with this administration and prior that they were willing to do that. I think in a lot of school systems, the answer is always to add, but never to reallocate. And I think that here in Bethel, they've done a great job, really, of that, being willing to walk away from programs that aren't working and being willing to say, especially since Dr. Carver came, having a strategic plan and saying, now what we do has to align with that strategic plan. And that other things have to fall to the side. If it's more important to go in this direction, then we have to move resources around to do that. We've done that for a bunch of years now. During the recession, we had a couple of years where we reduced headcount, it was necessary. And we fortunately had some reduction in enrollment during those years, but now the enrollment is stable and projected to be stable. And we had an increase of 2 FTEs 1 year, but 2 years later, we did have to reduce. And we reduced differently than what we had added, because you always have to go back to the mission of the organization. What are the priorities? Whether it's a school system, whether it's a corporation, you have to go to where are your priorities and put your resources there. This is the #1 priority of the administration, so that's why we have to look carefully at it.
Now, there's training required for this position unless you hire somebody that has the training?
I'll let Dr. Clark.
Well, we would look for somebody who has the qualifications to be able to do the job. As I said last time, there isn't a specific certification. All teachers are certified.
Right.
there's not a specific certification for math interventionists, but there are people that bring to the table, some of which work in our staff right now, that bring a deep knowledge of the standards or what we want children to know and be able to do at each of the grade level, who have proven to work well with students and move student achievement in that area, who know a lot about assessment. So we will give training as part of it, but we're confident that we can find people that can come to the table with a lot of the skills that they'll need.
Because, I mean, the way I honestly feel about the thing, and I'm very concerned about this, because I'm kind of sitting on the fence right now, not which way to go. I am one of those students, when I was a fourth grader, I got left behind. I stayed back, because I was short on math skills. I couldn't subtract, I could add, I could divide, I could multiply, but I couldn't subtract for some reason. I couldn't take things away, I could always add on, and I couldn't understand why you gotta take things away in this world, all right? But as a student, I got left behind. My peers went ahead of me. That was really hurt. That really hurt. It took me about 4 years to get over that. And as a student, or as a past student, obviously my math skills are far superior than they used to be. And I worked on it. I worked hard on it to get there. And I didn't have math interventionists. I didn't have teachers that could do these kind of things. It was just, well, you know, we got to put the numbers through the system. And it's nice to see that the school systems today, they're interested in trying to reach all the students and not just the 80%. So I'm kind of sitting on the fence right now. Which way do I go on this? And if I'm, you know, close to my heart, I think I made my decision. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, Tim.
Listening to everybody, I understand, you know, everybody's feeling that stuff one way or another. But we still are, in all reality, they're gonna take away one teacher, but they're getting two math interventionists. No matter how you can do whatever you want with it, you can still have three if you move somebody else around, however you figure out you want to spend the money. Next year is another budget year, you know. I do look 5 years down the line, okay? And I don't really care what the other towns around us do. I care only about Bethel people. I went to the Bethel school systems. And I can almost relate to Gary, because I had some literacy things back when I was about in fourth grade myself, so I don't think I turned out to be such a dumb. But again, we are increasing head count, and I'm big on head count, whether it's Board of Education and or town. But I'm still stressing that there still is going to be 2 new math intervention teachers proposed. And again, next year is another budget season.
I would like to say that our Board of Finance is privileged to have 3 former Board of Education members serving on our board. And they are enlightening me with their theories and their statements. And so what I'd like to do is just, any further questions, comments?
I respect Tim, Bill, Cynthia's opinion, and, you know, I kind of see where the train's gonna go. What I would like to do is at least propose a compromise, and, you know, I would support 75,000, and the school would be able to see if they can make it work, rather than the full 95 that you requested. So if you're willing to amend your motion, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but you get my.
That would be up to Bill.
That's up to you.
I think I agree with that.
I'm gonna let it stand. Okay.
All right, we have the motion, yes.
Just as a point of order, parliamentary thing, you should put a motion on the floor to approve the 43 million, the original number, and then put in the amendment as a secondary motion.
The amendment from Bill. his first amendment, his revised amendment.
No.
Whatever, any amendment,
Total first.
total.
you have to have a motion on the floor, you have to, yeah,
That's the correct procedure?
yeah.
Right, well, we have a motion
It's just a
on,
procedural thing.
Right.
You wind up in the same place.
okay, I understand what he's saying. We need a motion before he does his deduction, or his reduction. We have to have a motion for the original amount of 43,684,271. Could I have that motion?
I make a motion to accept that number as.
Okay, now we have discussion.
Yeah. Well, you had your discussion. Yeah, now you
And we
have,
had the motion.
now you have the amendment. You have a
Okay,
motion.
the
to
amendment is, would you restate your amendment, please?
My amendment is to reduce the 43,684,271 by $95,000 for.
43,589,271.
Right.
That would be the net figure,
Yes, right.
and we've had the discussion. We've had the comments. All right, all those in favor of Bill's final motion, final figure of,
Hold on. Didn't Brian want to amend that?
Well, Bill has to.
he didn't want it, he allowed the amendment.
Okay.
All right, so, what we're doing, we're voting on the bottom line as amended by Bill Kingston, 43,589,270, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Was that a name?
Yes. Can you raise your hand?
What is
Mays has it.
Renee's hand?
Oh, the nays have it.
So,
I lost track of where it was.
that will revert back to the original 43,684,271 at this point. Okay? The next is the building,
Well, you still have to vote on that.
all right, we will vote on,
You have to vote on the main motion.
okay, we will vote on the main motion for the Board of Education 43,684,271 as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Can you raise your hands?
Nay. I need.
Come on, wait a minute.
Point of information. Point of information.
Yes, okay, she's asking a question, please.
Point of information, because I'm new around here. What I'm wondering, Brian had pointed out that he would be willing to compromise on 75,000. So what I want to get to is that point where the motion's made to instead, that went down. So now to make a motion to reduce it by 75.
You could make another motion.
Okay, I'm making the motion.
Okay, but I'm sorry.
I know.
All right, time out.
You know what I'm getting at?
I lost what I was.
Getting out of control.
All right,
Okay, but
okay,
the original was voted on.
Right.
Who voted yes?
Why don't you do a show of hands?
Yeah, I
on-
really.
on who is in favor of the original number of 43,000,000?
43,684,271. Who were the people that voted in favor of that in opposition to Bill's amendment?
No, that is the amendment. It's just voting on the main
All
motion.
right, the main motion.
So, yeah, raise your hands if you're in favor of the main motion.
Right.
What was the main motion?
For the actual,
43,684,271.
The second vote you guys took.
as proposed by the board.
Main motion?
Okay, main motion.
Full budget.
Okay.
Well, this is the full budget, right?
Right.
You should, you're, yeah.
Oh, you were.
All right, we're getting a little
Are you voting
involved.
yes or no?
Raise your hands higher.
Raise
Get your hands
hands
higher,
if
please.
you're
Alright, this was for the full motion.
full
I
motion.
got it.
Okay, 3. Are you voting? No. Okay.
So,
Okay, so those opposed. Those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Motion fails to approve it.
then somebody else can make a
So
motion.
you can make a motion for a different fund.
I'm gonna make a motion for my compromise of 75,000 is the total reduction.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for the compromise of $75,000 to be removed from the Board of Education budget.
Okay, can I hold you up for just a second? Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna give you a total, because what he needs to do is
Right.
make a motion for a new total.
Thank you.
$43,609,270.
I make that motion.
That's been
I
seconded.
second that one.
Okay, now, let us open up under discussion, let me keep this straight, under discussion for the second motion for the reduction of 75,000.
It's a compromise that
I
Ryan presented.
did it to compromise.
Okay.
That's the
Any
only-
discussion on that? Are we voting on that? Bill?
Pretty much, that will allow the school system to see if they can, that's what they want to do.
It'll give some wiggle room for everyone.
So, what we're doing, we're voting on the total of 43,609,271. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye. Raise your hands, please. All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, so now we vote on, the motion carries. The net is 43,609,271. Now, moving on to 460, Board of Education Building Maintenance. They had requested 1,165. Board of Selectmen recommended an even 500,000. Do I have a motion for the 500,000?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? This was a reduction of $1,165. Any discussion on that?
It's the same budget as last year.
Correct.
No, I know. Because I want to take something out of it, because it's going to be duplicate. But I think we have to vote on this first.
Okay.
Take something out of it.
What, in the 460 account, which is going to be the chairs in the auditorium, that we'll put them in bonding.
I don't think
You
that.
gotta put it out first, okay, then you have to
Exactly.
decide.
All right, all those in favor of the 500,000 as recommended by the Board of Selectmen for account 460, please signify by saying aye. Raise your hands.
No, if you want to take something out, you have to make a move to amend.
That's
So you
that's
make
all I want to make
a
sure.
motion for 500 for,
Correct.
he would make a motion.
That's what we were gonna do, but he said that we have to.
Point of order.
Okay,
Point of order.
yes,
I know, I'm
No.
nervous here.
yes, go ahead.
Oh, no, point of order just means can we just settle down and.
All right, loud. Now let
Two
us,
people talking at a time.
Tim,
I'm gonna, no, it's, what do you call it? Not a motion, it's
It's
a.
a motion to amend.
Yeah, that's it. A motion to amend count 460, and I don't have a calculator, but well, it should be, $489,250.
because you're taking out,
$10,750 for the auditorium seats and chair backs.
was that,
Is that high school?
was that
This is
in
the
that
high
account?
school.
That was in the high school this year for repair, not replacement.
All right, so Tim is correct. If we're gonna replace all those, that this would be a moot issue, we could take that out, correct?
That's what you're saying.
We're certainly not gonna fix something that's brand new anymore.
Well, as long as it
Replace
goes,
them.
as long as it goes through.
But we're,
Right.
I believe the board is gonna pass on the capital account, okay? So, as long as that works. That's the way it's going.
Are you putting in a stipulation? That if
I
it doesn't
really
pass,
would.
that we go back with
Should be
these
black on
chairs?
us.
You can always add that in.
Well, I want to make just remind you, what you do tonight on those things is, you can still change, because you're gonna have a public hearing, and then you're gonna have another meeting to make the final adjustments. So if there were changes to the capital. you
Well, this is what I
can
wanna do,
put
I'm
them
gonna,
in
I'm
the
gonna keep with the motion that I just made. And then we'll worry about it on the capital later.
Okay, that's an amount of what?
It should be 489, 250.
Well, it's a reduction.
489 to
50, so it's a reduction of $10,750.
All right, was your amendment, was that seconded? We have a second on Tim's amendment of 10,700. Okay, we've had our discussion. Any further discussion on that? What he's trying to say, let me clarify. He's saying that this is in the budget to repair the seats in the high school auditorium. However, if they're all replaced under our capital plan, these repairs will therefore not be necessary, saving the $10,700. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes.
Yes.
Question on that. Are there any safety issues with the repair issues right now?
No safety issues, but we're at the point where they can't, we're gonna have to do something pretty quickly.
Are any of those where you can't use them at all?
Well, I already removed them. So you have an active blank spot. It's maybe there.
Now, if it's approved, if it's capitalized and the money's spent, how long is it gonna take to replace them?
Unless I'm hoping to find out tomorrow, because, it has to be engineered. You just can't, with the new codes.
It's a gradual type of thing.
No, with the new codes, there's a certain arrangement they have to do for aisle width and handicap accessibility and things of that nature.
Worst case scenario, Gary, is we can put this back in.
Right.
So,
If the other part doesn't.
say it takes them a year to get the seats fixed, then, that's
All right, let us vote on the amendment for account 460, Board of Education maintenance. The amended bottom line is $489,250, correct? All those in favor of that number, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so moved. So we have done so far the Board of Education, and we have done the Board of Education maintenance.
Thank you very much for putting us up front, because we do have a lot of things down tonight, so I appreciate the change in the agenda.
Quite all right. What I'd like to do, if everybody agrees, is take a 5-minute break. Is that okay? All right, we'll reconvene at 20 minutes to 9.
Yeah, that was on the other side of the show. Yeah.
So when are you gonna have the phone there in the back?
Yeah, if they came in for her.
I've been in the
We didn't have him here in Buffalo. He's been in our.
Is that a text or email or a copy of this? Good night, Terry.
I have nothing for you, but it's not hate. Hate is passion and emotion, I don't have that.
Bruce, you gonna do what, library now?
Library? Okay, we have two libraries.
Where is she?
Let us,
The complainer.
let us, okay, we're back in session now. We're gonna do the library, which is account number, what is it?
435.
435. Let us open up under that. They had requested 850,503. And the selectmen recommended that amount, 850,503. So we accept that amount and then we open up.
We motion on the floor to accept that amount, and we amend it as.
Yes, okay. Can I have a motion for 850,503?
I make motion? Second.
All right, we'll open up on this discussion on the library, number 435. Any comments or suggestions? Any comments or suggestions?
I'm just trying to, I have a question.
Any comments or questions, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Gary?
Question on the self-checkout workstations, where they're requesting 2, the library. How essential are these?
Well, they're popular. They're, it reduces the need for staff, you know, it lightens the load for them, and people like using them. So like, you know, the popularity of ATM, self-checkout. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Where is it in the budget, what line?
I see it's under equipment maintenance, under 206, but it says request includes 2 new stuff, but there's no specific amount for those 2 self-checkout machines.
$1,000.
It's
Yes, there
actually,
is.
it's in the,
1,100.
it's in the support.
1,100.
550 each.
Oh, down here, okay.
$100.
I see it. I was looking up above, okay, 1,100.
Now, we have 1 in the library now,
Correct,
and you would like 2 more.
yes.
Could you go with 1? Could you use 1?
We could go with one,
Satisfied with 1?
we could.
Just a little history, we had requested additional staff for the circulation department 2 or 3 years in a row to have 2 people at the desk at all times, and that request has been denied. So using the self-checkout machines alleviates that problem by having people use the machine and the lines at the desk hopefully not be as long.
Now, are these workstations at the desk as you come in, or they're in different areas?
They would be close to the circulation desk, they'd be on the floor, they wouldn't be at the desk necessarily.
Again, we only have bottom line on anything.
Right.
That's why.
However, can I have the receipt printer for the self-checkout at 350, that goes with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, one goes with the other one.
Can you just explain to me just the increase of 2,220 in books and material? Was that because of an increase in costs or
The book account,
books and material?
212?
212, yeah.
Okay. Well, the increase, yes, it's primarily inflation, but it's also to try to, as I said during our presentation, the book budget's been flat for the last 8 years, and just trying to catch up with some of the increases in costs. I think probably would not allow us to buy, any more than we are, just because the cost of books has gone up in the last 8 years, probably at least 5%.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Joe?
I have a question.
Yes, Cynthia.
Well, this is an information question. When you're calculating the visits to the library, are those unique visitors or are they multiple, could they be multiple visits by the same person?
Yes,
The second one? They could
yes,
be multiple, okay.
yes.
So it's any kind of
It's
body
people,
enters.
right, people
Okay,
coming
I
in.
got you. I just wanted to clarify.
How many citizens have library cards?
About 12,600, which is about 68% of the eligible residents have library cards.
It's more than registered voters.
Yeah. More people in town use the library than the other service.
All right, any other questions? Gary?
The donations that are made to the library by Friends of the Library, I guess you have different names for it. What do you use these donations for?
Are you looking at the item number 8 on the cover sheet?
I'm sorry?
Are you looking at item number 8 on the cover sheet, the additional?
No, I'm just general question on donations.
Oh, well, the Friends of the Library, they give donations for several areas, but every year for the last 8 years, they are donating $2,500 towards our programs that we present.
Okay.
Our program budget in 2008 was $3,000, and then when the recession, and we lost a lot of money from our budget, it was reduced by $2,000, so the Friends picked that up and then they added $500. So they've been doing that for the last 8 years. And then they will also help buy, equipment if we need it, or, help us build a collection. I think they, a couple of years ago, they helped us to round out our DVD collection, things like that.
Anyone else?
Do people donate DVDs and CDs?
Yes.
Okay, you want to make the move? Any other comments or questions? Right.
I'm just trying to get, if we went down to one of the self-checkout with the scanner and everything, that request would go down to 1,100 instead of the 2,200, correct? Because you needed the 3 components to make it work.
We need the scanner, we need the workstation, and the receipt printer.
So that total 1,100.
Well, 350 plus 550 plus 200.
That's for 2, that's 2,200 for 2, I think Brian was asking.
Yes, so yes, it would be half of that.
So it'll be $1,100 for each set, correct?
Correct.
One set is 3 items for a total of 1,100.
Can I make a motion to amend that?
Yeah, you have the scanner too.
We have that point?
Yes, we are.
I'm gonna make a motion to amend the budget to a total of $849,403.
You have to vote first on the total amount as proposed.
So we already did that.
We did.
We already did that.
I want to ask a question. What is the sport's goal?
What's my goal?
What's the board's goal?
Everybody has, I'm sure they have their own goal.
Well, I mean, we presented goals, and I don't want this to sound critical, but you have before you a budget that's now just slightly below 0 tax increase. It's actually going the other way.
The only reason it is though, is because you have an $803,000 revenue bump this year. You're gonna have that bump next year? So that's the
Next
point,
year.
and I know, next year's next year, but I don't look at just next year, I look at 5 years down the road.
Well,
See, that, it's,
okay, well, let me
that's a
finish.
skewed way to look at it.
No, and let me finish my thought. The farther you go, the more you're gonna be dealing, you're guaranteed to have an increase next year, and it's election year next year.
Can I just answer?
Yeah.
Personally, I don't want to decrease services in town.
Right.
But we're still moving in the right direction. Gary asked a question, she said that they could do with 1. We're not decreasing the amount of books that they can buy. And if you do that across 10 budgets, it equals a substantial savings, and less impactful than telling people that, well, we want you to reduce your staff. There's no ulterior motive here with me. I'm
not saying there is.
I'm just saying, when Gary asked the question, she said they could definitely make do with one. Okay, so that gives me $1,000 someplace else where maybe I remember there was one budget, I remember the tax collector saying that something was absolutely essential, or the assessor hasn't. So it just gives us wiggle room, and I'm just going based on what the professionals tell me. And if she says she can make do with one, I'm fine with it. And we save $1,100, and maybe we don't have to take it away from someone else's budget who, like I said, I remember the tax collector, I have my notes, some of the things that you, or the assessors, some of the important stuff that they have. There's no ulterior motive, it's just.
I didn't, not implying that there is.
Well, you asked me what my goals are, I'm just explaining what my goal is to not decrease services, save money where we can save money, and go on from there.
No, I hear you. I'm just thinking strategically, because, you know, when I sat down with the department heads, I was trying to get to something, you know, listening to taxpayers for the last year, I was trying to get to zero. So I don't, you know,
there, right?
What's that?
We're almost there, right?
We're
You're
just
past
talking,
it.
we're just
We're
talking
past
right
it.
now.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the goal to present the most responsible budget to the people so that they can get behind it?
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I don't think we have
Five
a
referendums.
goal as a group, we're a group of individuals, and everyone has their own theory of how it should be done by department. Some are have more expertise in certain departments than others, like we have 3 Board of Education people here who have the expertise on the Board of Education. And so we have a wide variety of talent here. And each one will exhibit their talent when it comes to that.
You see, I always look at a number, okay, and just, you know, and it's easy to look at this number, which is simple. It's a $20,503 increase from last year. That's a big increase to me. Okay, so, you know, I think everybody knows where I stand on stuff anyways. I'm trying to get the best bang for the taxpayer. I treat it just like it's my own money. So, you know, again, we only have, and I understand the way that, you know, why Gary asked that question. He was trying to find somewhere, you know, we can only suggest where it can come from, or at least try not to hurt them, you know. I would rather, you know, it's their job to figure out what's not gonna hurt the least, you know. I just think, to me, a $20,000 increase is a lot. So, you know, if it was, I know I can't do it with my budget, it's my businesses, so.
Would you like to restate your motion?
My motion was just to amend it by the 1,100, so the total would be $849,403. It's a reduction of 1,100.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay. We are voting now on the bottom line, the library of $849,403. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That passes.
Thank you.
All right, let us go now to the rest of the,
We're gonna start at the front.
Might as well.
we're gonna start at,
Let's jump around some more. We'll get totally confused.
all right, we're gonna try and go in order now and see how much we can get done. It's 9 o'clock,
Yeah, Brian's gonna need a power bar for each.
right?
Brian's getting angry.
Okay, let us pay attention to the number 100 Selectman's Office. That was suggested at 238,493.
Oh, is it Brian? There you go.
Let me repeat, 238,493. Can I have a motion to accept that?
I make a motion to accept the account 100 at 238,493.
Can I have a second?
I'll second
All right, discussion on account number 100. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of passing that at 238,493, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, so moved. Treasurer's Office, 110,
I'll just make a motion as we go along these.
okay?
I make a motion to fund account 110 at $8,500.
Second, okay?
Is that the right amount, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mike.
We have a motion, been seconded for 110 treasurer at $8,500 even. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Finance Department,
Make a motion that we finance account 120 at $422,370.
Second.
any discussion on finance number 120? All right, all those in favor of 120 at 422,370, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Town clerk number 130.
I make a motion to fund account 130 at $218,037.
Second.
Any discussion on account number 130? All right, all those in favor of 218,037, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. The assessors, number 140.
I make a motion to fund account 140 at $211,763.
Okay, we have a second on that?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of number 140, assessors at $211,763, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. 150, tax collector.
Make a motion to fund account 150 at $194,257.
Second.
Any discussion on number 150, tax collector? All right, all those in favor of the amount of 194,257, sorry, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Professional services. It was recommended at 213,880.
I make a motion to fund account 160 at $213,880.
Second.
All right, any discussion on account number 160? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amount of 213,880, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. 170, probate.
Make a motion to fund account 170 at $5,084.
Second.
Although, okay, excuse me. Any discussion on 170 probate?
What is probate? Now, I mean, I know what it is, but what are, it's just sort of taking information and recording things that go on.
Well, it's a regional.
And,
It's a-
wills and,
Yeah, wills,
State.
going
It's a regular court, upstairs.
oh,
we, that will host the regional court.
okay, it is, okay.
So this expense used to be like 15,000 a year, because the
Right.
state picks up the judge's salary, but now we're combining it with court salaries.
Oh, good, okay.
And we are still the beneficiary of the fact that it is local, so.
Yeah.
Right,
To
no,
our
I got
advantage.
it, I just remember being higher.
All right, all those in favor of 170 probate at 5,084, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Building and inspection account number 180.
Make a motion to fund account 180, $216,050.
Second.
Any discussion on number 180? Hearing none, all those in favor of funding it at $216,050, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. 190, data processing.
I make a motion to fund account 190, $266,479.
Second.
Any discussion on number 190? All right,
I have a
Go
question.
ahead.
Just, when it says assistant IT technician, who's the primary IT technician?
I think he's in.
Actually, this is, it should change.
Oh, to be an IT technician?
No,
No,
he's
oh.
considered a network administrator.
Okay, so his
So
title
this
is
is just, yeah.
We have to change the system.
Okay, yeah, because it seems, okay, very good.
Okay. We'll change that for next year. All right, all those are in favor of funding number 190 at 266479, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Account 200, social services, it was recommended that it be funded at 62,750.
I make a motion to fund account 200 at $42,750.
We hear a second on that?
Second for discussion.
Yeah.
All right, discussion on social services number 200.
Tim, what are you taking out?
Yeah.
It would be out of account,
NGO?
330.
Yeah, 339, isn't it?
339.
Right, okay.
Was there a motion made for 62,000? No.
No, all right, motion for 62,000, all those in favor of that, and we'll have discussion.
So who
Got
seconded it?
ahead of myself.
Yeah.
Bill seconded it.
Okay. Do we have a motion for the 62,000?
I make a motion for the 62,000.
Thank you.
And I'll
Second it.
Now I can make.
All in favor?
All those in favor of that?
No,
No, we can't, because we're not voting on it.
You're okay for
Now we'll
discussion.
open it up.
For discussion.
Yeah.
I would like to remove $20,000 from account 339. Non-government organizations.
And that is funded now at 20,000, right?
Correct.
So you're taking it all off that sheet.
Zero it out.
We have that sheet that was given to us, correct?
So Meals on Wheels, when they're
Well, whatever's on the sheet.
It's,
Because I don't know what you took out, because you guys did take out
No, it's right.
26,100.
What was the old account, 440 was it?
Yeah.
They have it right in, they have it here, they show you what they took out.
Account 400.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they-
they did it for us under
Oh,
400,
right.
they showed what they're funding.
That's this one.
that has both sides of it too.
This is the updated one right here.
This sheet that was handed out, is that,
No, yeah, if you go to account 400, you got the detail there,
Yeah.
that's our recommendation,
okay.
at 18,000.
So she suggested a donation of 18.
Hey,
This is not total, this is total.
yeah, that comes up to 18, the board of selectmen decided on $20,000, flat number.
just rounded it. That's
You
what we
rounded
did.
it up.
And I'm sorry, what was rounded up, is that
This one here.
the information was sent around earlier?
Evidently, all right, Bob, could he,
Yes, that, see, that makes it 18,000.
all right,
That
Bob,
subtraction goes over to here.
this first column is what was requested. The suggested donation was this one on this side.
That's right.
Okay. And it was requested, what was that total? Of the request?
46,000, whatever, it's in account 400.
Okay.
The details are all in 400.
Okay.
It was 46,100.
Yeah, that was the original request.
Right.
It's 18,360.
No, actually, now it's 20,000, because that's what the board selected.
This is wrong.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Go ahead.
Now, can you just say why you guys rounded up anticipating something was?
New opportunities, Meals on Wheels is kind of a floating number, depends on how many people they serve. And when we don't fund them, it does get to be a pinch, and there have been years that they haven't been funded.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just,
I'm sorry.
we would round that one line up and just make the whole thing into 20,000.
Could you repeat that, what that company on Meals on Wheels, what they came back with? You
I'm sorry?
mentioned they reacted to, not.
Well, Bill, a couple of years ago when we cut it down to zero,
Yeah.
there was a funding from Meals on Wheels to recipients. They would get a card for a dinner at either Jacqueline's or Seymour's or one of the other restaurants in town. They would have to pay $2, but they got a full dinner. And they were supplemented by Meals on Wheels. Well, when the board zeroed that out, they had to take that plan away from those recipients. So they didn't wind up getting any kind of dinners during that period of time.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
All right, Gary, do you want to speak to this? This was your idea to put this into the social services?
Well, I'll stick my neck out here. My feeling is this is where it belongs. It belongs under the, in this budget, where it was before. And I think the people that oversee social services, or the individual oversees her, so is well qualified to make these decisions where the money should be spent, or where it's, let's put it this way, where Bethel's gonna get the biggest bang for the buck. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
I would, not like to zero it out because I'd like to see how it plays out with the new structure. But if I had my way, I would cut it by 2,500 and approximate last year's 17,000, 369, make it 17,500, but that's not on the table at this point.
Okay.
I'm planning on.
Well, we have to discuss this and vote on this motion first.
Yeah.
You know, again, I'll reiterate what I've said the last 6 years in a row. I do believe this is charity. I don't believe that we were charged with taking taxpayers' money and donating it for them.
I fundamentally, philosophically agree with you, but under the new structure, I'm hoping this would be applied in a way that I can at least rationalize it as privatizing an effort. But we'll see. I don't wanna, I would like to see it play out for 1 year and then revisit it next year.
Do we have a sense for whether these services are kind of supplementing areas where Bethel residents are getting services and that otherwise because of shortfalls or lack of resources that the town is just unable to service these?
You know, I don't have specific numbers for you, but yes, Bethel has the highest utilization of all the towns in our 10-town area, except for the city of Danbury. And this, what this is, you know, let me use the economic term for it. This is social welfare. It's for the greater good. However, these are services that are customarily provided. It is inefficient for every single town to have its own crisis center for people who are domestic, victims of domestic violence. It's inefficient for them to have places to have their own hospice center. So these are provided by non-government agencies on a regional basis, and it's very cost efficient to do it that way. And as I mentioned, Bethel's utilization is uncomfortably high, especially with the Women's Center. And there are people who work in this building who unfortunately had in their lives have had to take advantage of that. Some of the other ones, mental health center, obviously that's a big thing. A lot of these places, virtually all of them, provide services regardless of the patient's ability to pay. If they have insurance, that's great. If they don't have insurance, they're still served, and they also get government grants to try to supplement some of their operating funds. Regional hospice, for example, I just read, a fine Bethel citizen just passed away last week, Captain O'Hara. He passed away at the brand new regional hospice center. They're still paying down a $5 million debt that's related to their construction. But if you need the services, you're going to get them. My personal feeling is, and with all due respect to everybody, we disagree on this. I don't consider these charity. I consider these services that benefit Bethel residents.
So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
I guess-
No, I take your point too. This is pure.
Cynthia.
I'm a little bit confused, so bear with me. Gary proposed having these under the umbrella of social services. I'm looking at the two things, so are we saying that it's not gonna be this year, or that it's the breakdown? I'm a little bit confused, because if these organizations are going to be handled and, by the social services office, then it would not exist in a non-government agency. So-
Correct.
Okay.
It is now under social services, as you can see it, under
Right.
339
No,
is
let-
20.
Yeah, well, let me clarify my statement so you know. What these organizations are non-government
Oh, I know
agencies.
what they are.
Okay, well,
I
so
used to work for one of them.
Oh, yeah.
But they are under the supervision now
Right.
of the social services director. Let me
Correct. And
clarify.
what we did is we asked her to examine their needs, the number of Bethel residents served, their finances, and come up with a recommendation for the board of selectmen.
I know that. What I thought was gonna happen, and this is where I'm confused, is I thought that this was going to be in this budget, in the social services budget, as a number, and then it would be broken down, because, so why wouldn't it be included in here?
It is, number 339.
Okay, again, I'm confused.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All the organizations is one, it's there, and
Maybe I'm looking at.
Sorry, technically, this is 339.
No, I didn't get that,
We're-
because I was
we're-
tardy.
Okay, so in Department 200,
Okay.
it exists under line 339.
She has that now. She
I
didn't
got
have
it.
to see.
Okay.
I got it.
All right,
Thank you.
yes, Brian.
I just want to speak to the value of these services, and I can personally attest to it. The cost of not funding the Women's Center when you're dealing with domestic violence victims far outweighs the cost that they're asking for. Having services with people with mental health issues, the $1,000 they're requesting far outweighs the cost when you don't do anything. Ability beyond disability, they're across the street from my house, and it's one of the best things going. The cost of having these people not be able to live in a safe environment to the town, the 17 or 18,000, whatever it is that they've asked, although you're right, it is a charity. But it's a charity that benefits us in so many, and I'm speaking on a professional level from what I see at work in the municipality that I work in. Without these services, the cost to the town, you can't even compute it in dollars. I mean, when you deal with domestic violence, it's not something that, you ever want to deal with, or people who are suffering from mental illness who don't have a place to turn to. The amount of manpower that costs us is unbelievable. So to me, the $18,000 is well spent based on the savings to the town, and not only that, it's just the right thing to do.
Ideologically, I understand what Tim's saying, and I agree, which is why I'm totally comfortable with this now, because ideologically, it rests under the accountability of social services. So that was the whole idea. This stuck out to me like a sore thumb, where it's just a non-governmental agency. We're contributing to it. Yes, that seems like of course charity. But when a professional social services director is reviewing the need that the town actually uses services for, it's not like there's gonna be leftover Meals on Wheels because nobody's using them. She's applying some kind of, metric to it. And ideologically, it fits right in with my thinking. And I tend to think like Tim.
Over the course of the years, this was always a very contentious
Because it stood alone.
budget, and it was a standalone budget we argued, and Gary came up with some thoughtful ideas of putting this under the new social services director. And as you can tell, she has whittled it down from 46,100, and we have a recommended budget of 20,000. And if we have given her this task and this challenge to sort out and to monitor, whereas when we gave away the money in years past, we could not monitor it. So we had no idea. I think that we perhaps this time around should support her in her endeavors, and then we can always check it from year to year. That would be my, all right, so, yes, Gary.
Just one other comment. I think the important thing here, being under social services and under the people in that department, they have their pulse, or their finger on the pulse of what goes on in Bethel better than we do, than any politician in this town does. And I think we'd be foolish not to help fund this, or the taxpayer help fund this. And if the taxpayer wants to know where this money, where their money's going into, they can go right down the office and talk to Lisa and so forth, and just say, can you tell me where my, a percentage of my dollars are going, you know, in these agencies? Because if it bothers them about, they're giving their money to charity, then they have the opportunity to go down to the office and say, I need to find out how my money is being spent in town, you know, in regard to social services. And there are people, people have said here today, there are people in this town that need these services. And there are some people, I tell you, I know one or two of them, I know two of them, they're very desperate. They're in the, they're down in the dumps. And there aren't any national agencies out there that are gonna help them out.
I think it's important to distinguish between what's social services and what's charity. I look at them as two different animals. Social services is what a community provides based on need. A charity is like, oh, you know, my grandfather has lung disease and I'm just very emotionally involved with that, which is different. You know, this is about the community and what they need. And to Gary's point, it's, if anyone wants to know or has a problem with it, they have a lot more control over, you know, voicing their opposition.
Okay, we have to vote on Tim's motion to reduce number 200 by 20,000, is that correct? Correct. All right, all those in favor of Tim's motion of a reduction, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Was the motion seconded?
Yes, he is.
Right.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We now go back to the original motion of funding account number 200 at the recommended amount by the Board of Selectmen at 62,750.
Make a motion.
Second.
Oh, any discussion on that?
Yeah, I'm anxious to see how it works, and I think the structural change that Gary suggested and followed through on makes enough difference. Just switches it in category in my mind, and I think it's subject to good supervision. So I would support it.
I feel myself more at ease with her supervising it, so, okay? All right, all those in favor of 62750, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. Mr. Chairman, before you move on, I just want to throw out a comment. On this topic, I just happened to be reading a scholarly article about social welfare. And it dealt with everything from social security at the federal level to, you know, SNAP, all the way down. And studies are showing that the most cost-effective and far-reaching programs are delivered at the local level. So I want to thank you for your vote on that, your support.
You're welcome. All right, let us move on to number 210, town insurance.
I'd like to make a motion to fund account 210 at $1,269,577.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Matt, does the town have a safety committee that reviews like all worker comp accidents and makes recommendations how we can avoid it?
Chairman,
We do,
sitting
yeah.
over there.
You do. All right. And the only other question is when we have people work overtime, because I'm assuming our workers' comp policy is hourly pay.
Hourly pay.
Do we include that in a cost to the vendors when we have people, whether it's police or highway or
That's
Parks
all
and Rec has, so we'll have a fringe benefit amount that we do charge. Okay.
Any other questions, comments? All right. It has been motioned and seconded to approve number 210, town insurance at $1,269,577. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Fleet maintenance, account number 220.
Make a motion to fund account 220 at $375,182,000.
All right, that has been motioned and seconded for 220 fleet maintenance. Any questions or comments on that?
I have a comment and I might amend it. So, on line 215, and this can either go to the council or the first selectman, And this is, maintenance police, new vehicle changeover 5,000, that's actually in their budget.
In the police budget.
You'd have to look.
Police
What
budget.
number is police?
I thought this was just grease and oil, and stuff like that.
You know, the thing, well, they have it pretty well,
Yeah.
you know,
This is a new vehicle
which is the way,
change
quite
over.
frankly, the way it should be.
Can I just ask a question and maybe, when we do, police, when we purchase a police car and we're doing a changeover, generally the dealership, the numbers included in the purchase of the new vehicle for the dealership to do the swap over, whether it's utility communications or, specialty warning, I don't know who you guys use, but generally the dealership pays for that, correct?
Sometimes, I mean, we purchased, I think that the police cars are purchased from probably Ford, probably has a preferred vendor that's not local. We use someone that is local, I believe. So in that case, those add-ons would be after the dealer, delivers us the car.
But he would, the dealer would still, on your trade-in, they don't swap the cage over and everything for you?
Yeah, maybe the council can answer that, I'm not definitely.
I just know when we bid a vehicle, the dealership pays for the swap over, when you purchase a new vehicle. So
No,
we-
my understanding is that goes out to an outside vendor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But on top of that, they're also, if I was understanding the chief the other day, because he said that when we, the amount that we got for the old cars, they're also using for the changeover fees too. So it's, quite frankly, it's a little,
Well, there's certainly, there's,
kind of goofy, because it's really not perfect numbers there.
You're quite right.
Well, I'll be honest, when you change a car over though, you never know, and I'm being honest with you, what fuses you're gonna need.
No,
new lights.
Brian, what I'm saying is, it's where the money's coming from. It's coming from here, it's coming from here, now it's coming from here. You got 3 different places that
You know
are saying
what?
the same thing.
what he's saying, all right,
So
let's,
we're here to look at the budget, we're not, like you micromanaging, we're just looking at the budget.
No, I'm-
They're presenting.
all right, let me explain to everyone. Under 430 capital equipment, under the police department, which is number 360, there is vehicle changeover and equipment for $16,000, okay? So if you take that 16,000 and fleet maintenance has,
No, but that's totally different.
five,
That's on
that's
new
21,000.
That's on new vehicles, that's 16,000.
Right, but what's the changeover?
So what's the
on highway?
changeover, that when you change it over, an old vehicle?
No, that's all the cages and everything that they,
Okay.
backseat has to come out.
Okay,
things like
what
that.
he's saying, that is vehicle changeover and equipment, but under maintenance, police for fleet maintenance, it's also new vehicle changeover.
Yeah,
Under 215, yeah, I can see what
See,
you're
it's new vehicle changeover 5,000, over here it's 16,000, that's 21,000, and that would be for 4 cars. For 3 cars, that would be less. So,
You could be,
so
you
who,
realistically have to.
all right, whose line should that be in? Should it be in, fleet maintenance or police? Is that your question? What line should it be in, police or fleet maintenance?
You know, take a pick, and then cut it by 25%.
Two different things, or are they the same thing?
It
As far as
says
I'm
the same.
concerned, it's the same thing, because it
It'd
says
be
it's
the
the
same
same thing.
description, but it's,
Then somebody's gotta get their budget squared away. We're here to make a decision on the budget, not, you know.
Can I make a suggestion?
Mhm.
Why don't you table this, and I'm texting the chief right now to ask him if this is, the same thing, or if it is some other kind of changeover, not related to new vehicles.
I mean, when we look at the 403, I mean, vehicle, labor, switch boxes, computer mounts, brackets, trunk equipment, antennas, emergency lights, repair. I mean, to me, that, pretty much they're throwing everything except the bread basket in
Well,
there.
let's see what he says, we could go, can we do that? Can we just
Okay.
move on?
Yeah,
and
we
then
can,
come back?
table that for now.
Yeah, just go.
All right, so fleet maintenance,
We're gonna table.
we go to, accounts.
all right, fleet maintenance, we're gonna table that, and police, because they are interconnected.
I just, before you go any farther, I got a lot of, I had another question.
All right, we're still under fleet maintenance, let us, open up on the other questions, we still have that question pending for the $5,000. Okay, Tim.
And I just had a note here. It was a 2 week, I'm just trying to remember what it was for. And I don't.
Was it?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Just, I'm just being honest, based on my experience, there's no way you're changing the 4 vehicles you had proposed over to 5,000, it's just not possible.
Yeah.
16,000 was a more realistic
Well,
number.
it's 16 plus 5.
Right, what I'm saying is the 5 here, I think they've gotta be talking about something else, whether you're talking about seats or, you know, you're replacing a backseat, but you'll spend every bit of 3,000 on a new vehicle when you're redoing everything.
And the other piece of that puzzle, Brian, and for the board to hear, is the money that they get from their car trade-ins, they're keeping for that also.
But could this be?
But that, come on, and that's not reflected there.
But didn't we have a leased vehicle in the budget? Was there an unmarked vehicle this year?
I think the captain's car is leased, the Impala, the black Impala, that sneaks up on you.
All the others are purchased, correct?
I was wondering whether that's a changeover we're talking about.
Okay. All right, so what,
I have another question pursuant to the fleet maintenance.
all right, we have a question down here on fleet maintenance.
So why is, so 216, maintenance parks, why would that be in park and rec? There's, park maintenance, 315.
This is maintenance on their vehicles.
This is big fleet maintenance.
Okay.
Those stages.
So the maintenance on the park and rec vehicles, all of this is under fleet maintenance. Any drivable entity for the town is covered under that.
That's the idea.
Bruce, if
Yeah.
I can make a recommendation, I mean, you could approve this and then after the public hearing, you can come back and address it.
No, it'll get, let's just see what Mr.
Yeah,
Nicolai
he'll
comes
come
up
back.
All right, so what we're gonna do, we're going
with.
to,
The next account.
we will table, with your permission, number 220, fleet maintenance, and come back.
Do we vote on tabling?
Yeah.
Do I have a motion to table?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of tabling fleet maintenance at this point, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And the police.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Well, we haven't gotten to police yet.
I know that.
Okay, we're going, moving on to
Hopefully I'll have it answered.
I-
number 230, Public Works. This is,
I make a motion to fund account 230 at $302,090.
I'll second that.
any discussion,
Yes.
comment?
I have a question.
Okay.
Line 120, intern. Was that funded last year?
No.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Well, I'm saying it's yes, but I don't remember, did we have an intern
Oh,
last
yeah,
year?
yeah.
Yeah.
That was,
And it
Is
was,
you have a fellow in there yet?
But,
oh, this is going to you, Don.
Yeah.
120,
yeah, we,
3250.
yeah, it was funded last year, it's funded in the current fiscal year.
Well, now that we have an assistant in there, or, I'm sorry, not an assistant, well, it's not even a civil engineer, the first, well, it's under.
Engineering, yeah.
Civil engineer.
Engineering tech is.
Why do we have an intern in there now? I mean, what's the, I'm sorry, what's the need for an
What's the value
intern
for
now?
Through all the various things we're doing, we're leveraging all of the, particularly the water grants to, bring the whole department up to modern day, document management. So the interns are very useful in scanning, documents, the files we have that really, normal staff time, be very difficult to, get anything done with, so.
But, I mean, we went the whole last year without an in-house.
We're probably going 50 years without anything done back there in terms of
Well,
document management.
but let me tell you what's coming up too.
Well, this will be finished, because I still got some questions. I mean, I'm just looking at this, hold on one second. Just wanna make sure I'm not talking wrong.
I just want to quickly ask, didn't you split this between two departments at your,
That's a different, there's an
A
intern.
different intern?
Yeah, it's a different
Okay.
intern. But
Can I ask a question on interns?
is that the same one?
Tim is still pondering here, let Tim ponder.
Let me finish pondering. The only reason is I know the position's been filled, and we kept the position open. And this is going back to last year. Now, the position for, we're calling it a civil engineer, but I don't quite think that's the right name for it.
No, it's not, that's the old thing that was.
I know, I'm just saying that's what it's in here as,
Yeah.
like, it's not like it's the right name. And that should get changed, whatever. But the thing was, I know we upped the contracted services because of that position. Now, I understand, now if I'm looking at this right, we went, we budgeted last year, and Bob, I guess, I hope, or Brad, we budgeted for 71,975, is that an actual, that's what we spent?
No, that's the budget.
Okay, and what are we spending now, 43? So what's the
The current
difference?
request is 43.7, yes.
So the difference is how much?
28,275.
So we're only taking 28,000 out, but we're putting in a whole nother position, back in at 50. I just got, the numbers are kind of a little off for me.
Thank you, any more on, who had a question down here?
Well, it sounds trivial because we're talking about $1,800 and you're talking about 50,000. I just had a question on the intern.
Well, there's a lot of questions on here because,
Are interns, is that like a college student who's studying engineering or something?
Or either somebody who's studying engineering or maybe has an interest for local government, who was, come in and has got a desire to learn about process, somebody who understands that, can work along with, the way the office works, if we get somebody who takes an interest in how things work in the office, which so it may not be necessary in somebody who's studying engineering, but somebody who has a burning interest in local government, comes in and, will be able to help us out, scan documents, because they have to be put in certain folders.
And what does FLSA require you to pay them at minimum wage or something like that?
Yeah, we do.
10
Yeah.
an hour,
Yeah,
according to the summary.
yeah.
Yep.
And I tell you, the advancements that we've had just in the department from volunteers and paid time has been really made a big difference and be very, very convincing to, continue to fund this because the little work that's done so far is really gonna shine bright already. To the point where somebody has come in, I was in a meeting with the town attorney, a bunch of high-level folks getting paid both by the town and others. They requested a map, someone was able to look on a computer, that was scanned and hit print instead of looking through files and files of flat folders and realize that, it may or may not be there. So there's a very a benefit of time service that the department will soon be able to help anyone who comes in for information. They'll be able to look it up on it themselves and hit a button, print, and be able to charge them, a certain fee for plotting a plan out. But it's really going to help the town move in a direction that it needs to go.
So you're saying the intern is uploading data from?
The town has invested in a high quality, high-speed document.
Right, I
scanner
saw
printer.
that presentation.
We have a full scale plotter scanner, and they come in and they just methodically go through the files and scan things in. And it's not, it really takes somebody with whereabouts because you can scan it in, now we have electronic mess, you have to put it in the right folder.
Oh, yeah, I'm very familiar.
So, we're,
I got it, yeah, I did see that presentation, I just wanna make sure that was the same thing.
If it helps, when we've had interns in the past, like Jonathan, who was with us for the summer, he took a geocoding device, it's basically a super accurate GPS device, and he went around and he would locate every single storm drain and tag it, so that when all of our GIS information is uploaded regionally to the new Council of Governments, and you need to know, say there's a hurricane coming, you need a map of all the storm drains or all the sewer systems. What we're doing right now in conjunction with all the other towns regionally is building these extremely accurate and high quality overlay maps, so you can pull any kind of information you want. You need to know where a fire hydrant is, where a water line is, all the stuff that's being coded. So we're relying on interns to do that coding, because it's walking around downtown, you stand next to a fire hydrant, you push a button, you record it, that kind of thing. And then sometime later this year, Mr. Galliford, for the last 8 months, has been working on an online permitting system. And it's really, really complex. I mean, he and his department, the department heads that he's working with, have been gradually building this thing. When it goes live, which I hope is sometime in the very near future, we're gonna need help in scanning older records to start putting them into this, and it's gonna be a multi-year process. So we're, rather than hire people to do it, we're gonna be trying to rely on interns to stretch our human resources and do that.
Now, I may also add that within the area of public works, and many of you, are all sitting in the seats that you're sitting because you're aware of such things. In the next 5 to 10 years, on a succession planning level, the reason why we ended up going with engineering technician instead of a town engineer is that, competent staff that are readily available out there really don't exist. Towns across the state are having a hard time filling city engineering positions, and the folks who are in the technical field, there's a whole generation that's been missing. So the future is these younger folks out of school for a couple of years, maybe still in school, that the town may end up really training from the ground up, and then they're gonna come in at entry level with already the skill set that they need, with the insight to really help the towns go forward.
Have you done an analysis of like, how many man hours you think it's gonna take before you could get caught up with scanning all these maps and everything that you need to into?
We really haven't. I mean, we're at a point now that we're there really isn't, we're charting a new course. There isn't anything to go by. There's no, we're at a point now where the technology that's available out there is cost effective. Not like 10 years ago where only the big cities would jump into multi-million-dollar systems. We're in the process of getting cutting-edge technology systems for a very aggressive market price. The new engineering technician, one of the biggest things that position is going to help us do is actually work to program a GIS-based asset management system that will be the connect to all this data in the background, where you're able to go to a very simplified GIS map, and anybody could follow what do you want, workflow to find exactly what you want. We've got the right person now on staff to do all this stuff in-house, instead of paying consultants big bucks to program a system that, we're the best ones that know what to do and make it work. So, the map scanning is something, that's like eating an elephant, one bite at a time, and it's best done methodically in the background, and not taking away from project management stuff that's go on, is largely seasonally driven in public works, and project load comes and goes. I mean, we have intense periods where you have a lot of stuff going on, and stuff that we have lulls that we can then, really catch up on some of this map stuff. So, I would love to say I could get my whole department on all the maps scanned in. If you come down to my office the past couple of weeks, you probably trip and fall over the plans that are all over the place. But again, right now we're in a lull. We're just kicking off this computer program and a lot of other stuff. So we take advantage of what time we have.
Question?
I'm just getting, like I said, the position's been filled, okay? And I'm trying to wean us off of, contracted services. Because before that, when you just go back a few years, we were only spending 27,000. And now we're spending, 43,000, so that's right. Every time I'm big on, full-time employees, or however you want to, whatever you want to call that, okay? And every time we add somebody on, we're married to them for life. It smells like.
I know
Yeah,
you
we
say
are.
that. Now you say that. Tell me the last time someone was let go.
Well, we're talking about Board of Ed, they let 20 people go in a couple of years.
We had a guy in highway a couple of years ago. He let go.
Yeah, but a couple of years ago, but when we're at, it just, every time, like I said, it's, of course, now it's not a defined benefit, it's a contribution, so it is changing,
Is that, let me reiterate.
The big thing is.
I know, but let me reiterate what I said in the initial presentations. This is probably my most severely understaffed department in highway.
Listen, I deal with Doug, I know what he's up against.
Yeah.
But I also know what the taxpayers are up against. this too.
Well,
We're in a better spot than we were 5 years ago.
We are, but you know what, we've got like $35 million worth of projects when you include the utility side, and they can't be managed by one person. I mean, we are so far understaffed, it's really quite scary, because, you know, it's not only just the management of the project itself and having a person on site with all these different things going on and running back and forth between them, it's the reporting, because most of the stuff is paid for with government grants, and you cannot miss that stuff. Now, here's the other thing, even when we had 2 PEs and staff, there were times that we had to contract out stuff anyway, because, you know, because there's specialty, you know, there's structural engineers, there's land use engineers, there's environmental engineers. So we're gravitating to a system where we can pull that kind of talent as needed on an hourly basis. It's really kind of doing what you've been talking about for a long time, is relying more on contractors instead of hiring people. Because when we were interviewing for engineers, I was finding towns our size that had less utility work that would have a director plus 2 town engineers, PEs, on staff, sometimes 3.
To go to that thing is, now just, we'll just use, you know, the director's salary. None of that's being paid through PUC?
No, part of it's being paid through.
Oh, it
PUC.
is,
Yeah,
okay.
sure, that's a portion of it.
And do we know, I know the secretary was, and I figured it was, because I looked at the number. But is it a third, is it? Because it doesn't, nobody would know here unless, you know, unless it's 50% for her. You wouldn't know, right? Okay.
Tim, for the admin, it's 50%.
It is 50%.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is just food for thought, but I have this, it's an article that was a study that showed up in the Pew Charitable Trust, and it classifies all the 50 states in terms of the growth rate in state personal income through the third quarter of 2015, and Connecticut is fifth from the bottom. I'm just putting it out there. It's like, I know we have a bunch of projects and we're doing a bunch of stuff, but on the other hand, I have a lot of empathy for the taxpayer, because it just keeps.
Well, I hear you, and actually, the structure that we've put together, you know, that Doug's put together, with having an engineering tech at a much lower salary than the town engineer, and then being able to pull hourly rate engineers when needed instead of having them on staff is actually gonna save us money.
I guess I'm not even really speaking to specifically, it's just really, I think it's an interesting article, it's just a sort of a broad thing, because we're making a lot of hard decisions.
All right. I'm just one last thing. I just think that, you know, because some board members, you know, wouldn't know that, and it probably should reflect on what we're doing, just so we know, you know. I know it, you know, and I don't know what the numbers are, but I know that's, I figured it out.
You know, I gotta tell you something.
Yeah, it's gotta be cool.
You know,
just so we have an idea, that's.
I know, no, I hear you, and I gotta tell you something, I think when we're sitting here together, it's very likely that the contracted services with the outside engineer would go down, because most of that work right now I see happening on the utility side, there's gonna be on PUC. So, this is sort of like a safety number to make sure we don't overspend it like we have in the past with paramedic. But as we, you know, flesh out this system, I don't see that going up.
So the 43,700 in contracted services, that is not necessarily going to be spent. That is what your budget is.
Correct.
Yes. All right, and that is only for the town portion that has no PUC in it.
That's correct. That's all.
We should get the detail from the count 313.
All right, any other questions? Comments?
I just got one, and it's quick, and it was probably answered. The vehicle for the town engineer, was that, somebody was looking for a new one, but I think that was the fire marshal, right? This is just an ongoing use of the car that you have.
It's one that, his expires the end of March.
Now, the only reason I bring that up, because I was thinking about it this weekend. And I think it makes a lot of sense, is that we really don't have a standardized fleet. But why wouldn't we? You know, why wouldn't we all be using, like, you know, I mean, obviously you need an SUV, and you need an SUV, you know.
Actually, I don't.
No, not you, I'm sorry, I was going past you, Matt, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I
got the way.
No, I would need one, the fire marshal would need, certain, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, well, we have the police department now, they're running pretty much all SUVs now too, they're even getting away from the Tauruses, because they don't fit with their belt and everything. And that would just streamline everything, standardize it, and I just don't understand why we don't do that. Why, nobody even thought about it. I know I was thinking about an Equinox, you know, because you're trading in your Trailblazer or whatever the heck it is, you know, and it just makes more sense,
I think
you know.
in the past, we've always gone with the same type of vehicle the person had before.
Yeah,
But it's a
I
good
just think
idea.
it's something
Maybe it's
that you should, you know, and it's just not us, I guess this would be kicked back to the Board of Selectmen. It would be something to seriously think about, you know, I don't put it this way, my fleet is all one type of vehicle.
You talking manufacturer or?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I have all Fords, for instance, but having a Ford, a Chevy, and a Dodge, you know, and a GMC or a Toyota, it wouldn't make sense to me.
It makes total sense.
Right, that's something to look for.
I know,
Quickly
we're
comment.
thinking very globally now, and we really need to.
Well, I'll quickly comment to that. We do have our former fleet manager did retire, so that's an open position. So between the asset management, which is rolling stock is an asset that should be managed.
Yeah.
And with that new position, hopefully we'll find somebody who could, you know, again, have the same type of perspective, which is we really should know where our assets are and where the opportunities are to consolidate. There's a level of efficiencies, but as you well know, a lot of the stuff is changing very rapidly, which only reinforces the importance of the statement.
Well, it just makes sense, I mean, just for instance, the guy that's working on the cars, you know, he can have a bunch of oil filters up there instead of calling, you know, this one, this one, and this one, you know, to deliver them or whatever.
We have 4 or 5 trailblazers now.
I think.
Yeah, but I think, like it says, is if we can, but we get 3 to 4 police cars every year and they're the same thing. So that makes the most sense, you know, because you're getting your car every 5 to 10 years or whatever it may be for each department. I know you're 10, I know, but I'm just saying, some people 5 to 10 years. It makes sense to standardize, it's gonna go a lot better.
Even one car at a time.
You know,
Yes, we gotta
tire,
move
the
on.
brake, just everything, it just makes a lot more sense, that's all.
Yes, Cynthia, quickly?
Quickly.
You have to move on.
I don't think it's sort of an oxymoron. We're thinking very globally, so my question is, here we are in the budget, and we're steeped in the budget and the departments. How can we, after the budget, what's the best way to, for instance, I get it with the cars. I think you should integrate all the, you know, when you go VoIP, you should do all the phone systems through the town. There's so many things, so how can we do that? Would we do that at meetings after the budget? Because we really need to have that.
Yeah, I think that's a responsibility
learning
of the board of.
So we can
board
make
of selectmen. Yeah.
proposals and we can.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so.
And just so you know, on the cars, you know, outside of the police vehicles where they'll buy 3 or 4 at a time, with the rest of the staff, these things come up
No, I know.
once a year. And I think what they do is they just go get the lowest price thing off the lot, the least that they can find.
Right.
So there's really no
the
purchasing
when it comes
program.
up, it's a maintenance.
Yeah.
And that's to Tim's
But
point.
going forward, I think to Tim's point, that even one car at a time, when they're traded in, go with the standardized.
Because the police are still buying a car that year, so whether, like, for instance, this year, they're more likely getting 3.
Well, hey,
You know what I mean, now they can get 4.
I am totally okay with that. Bob and I went to a conference a few weeks ago, and we saw one of my colleagues, a first selectman from, I think.
WO.
Whatever WO is.
Wolcott
He
or
was-
Woodbridge.
He was driving a police interceptor with tinted windows. It was the coolest thing in the road. I said, I could do that.
Okay, Tim, I think you're on well. Okay, we have to move on this now, number 230, Public Works.
Wasn't there, I'm sorry, but wasn't there a discussion with the vehicle that
Fleet
you,
maintenance.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, okay, so, can I have a motion for the,
I already made the motion.
Yeah, you're
all right, we're gonna vote on we didn't change it, 3020, seems so long ago, 302090. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Okay, it's still moving.
It's, Highway Department number 240. We have a revised bottom line of 1,665,407, as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to fund account 240 at
$1,665,407.
All right, open for discussion on 240 highway. My first question is this. Do we have an accurate account of all the money left over in road construction from last year? What money is available at the beginning of this season?
Well, be careful with that because we already took that out of the capital. Because Bob's number for heavy-duty paving was in the neighborhood of 1.3 million.
Right.
So we already, Bob and Brad have already, Bob Kozlowski has already reduced that, so don't take it out twice. or else
Well,
we're
no,
gonna
I'm
go down.
just wondering what is available to start this year, this paving season, this road construction season.
If you look at, what's left on the ban from last year, which we haven't borrowed yet, it's about 820,000. And then in this year's budget, another 160. And then the Berry parking, the 30,000 that we allocated to that. So
Wow.
we're at about $950,000 available.
To start, 950.
And now in your budget, it's another 400, so that brings it to 13.5, what we would have.
And then, yeah.
And then did
Now,
you
there's
request
something-
250 in bonds?
But there's something in
Right.
bonds.
Yeah,
250.
250.
in bonds. So that's bringing it way more. When I asked Bob Dibble roughly how much money in paving that you spend, a year, and it was somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4.
It's over 1 year though. That's more than 1 year, that's the spring through June 30th plus a year.
Yeah, no, wow.
Just so it's
Yeah,
more
because
than,
it crosses the season.
Yeah.
So
so it's
Why
like a paving
is-
season and a half.
He may need that 250 just to get him going in the spring, or to have it available in the springtime.
Yes, it does.
So he's doing 1.3, starting roughly in
We'll just say
June.
starting tomorrow until December 1st. He has 1.3.
He's
So
got
yeah, what you're
1.3,
saying
but
is
he-
you think he's gonna need something in the
what's the
spring?
amount of the work that he planned on for the roads during 16 and 17 was 1.3. But he may need an extra 250 from the time that, in the springtime to June 30th.
for next year.
Would you require him, and would you require him to use this 400,000 before you pull any bonds? Like, we would deplete this account before.
Oh, yeah. So,
Yeah,
well,
you
just
have to.
similar to what happened last year. I mean, I didn't borrow $1 million in
See, he
088,
ain't borrowed it yet. No, I understand that, and that's
I
why,
thought borrowed.
that's what I'm just trying to say.
but I didn't borrow because I didn't want to spend the interest money.
Right.
So, yeah, I wouldn't,
So we could deplete this and then borrow what you need, and if the 250 isn't needed, they don't get to it, you just don't take that money.
I wouldn't borrow it.
But
If it's
it's-
approved,
but
I wouldn't
it's-
borrow it anyway later on.
But it would still be in the capital plan.
To be in the and then if you needed it for any other purpose, then you would have to go back to first the Board of Selectmen, then a public hearing to make the change from this to, let's say, the locker rooms or the shelter, to move that money over.
Yeah.
But did we look at the 100, when we added the 100, which I completely understand, adding the money here, did we reduce the 250 by 100, or did we? See what
But
I'm
he's
saying?
saying
If
there's
we're at
400 here
250
plus 250.
It was 1,250,000 in the capital plan.
Right, and then we reduced that by 800,
Well, we reduced it by $1 million.
but then the selectmen added 100,000 to their request.
From their
So what I'm saying
adjustments.
is, with the request of 100,000, did it make a difference in the 250? Did we reduce the 250 or not? Were we at 350 and then when you added 100,000?
No, I know what you're saying, the 250 is net of everything else taken out. So there's
That was
not
the
an
last
extra
step. The
100,000.
capital plan was the last step. So, I mean, the plan was to try to get the road construction in the budget up to
Totally agree.
500,000 or whatever, okay? It's at 400.
So the
Then you go to the
250
capital
was
plan, the capital plan had 1.25 in there, so we brought it down because we knew that we had enough money. Let's just take $1 million out of that and make it 250,000.
That's all I wanted.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question. Yes, go.
I would like to get the 250 instead of bonding, put it in the operating budget, because our budget this year is looking decent, and we gotta make that move. And that's still short of what we need, that's 650. In an ongoing basis, we're gonna need 800 or 900,000 a year.
Could we, all right, go ahead.
That Jim, I think everybody knows my sentiment on that.
So you're taking the 200 and 50,000 out of bonding and putting it in this budget.
That's what I would like to do, yeah.
Well, before you do that, you've already made $86,000 in adjustments. Put that back into the road account. That's all.
We'll say.
Move it from one side to the other.
Could we agree just to see where we end up at the end before we move 250 from capital, and why don't we just see where we end up at the end of all the budgets, because we may have 100,000 we're talking about at the end of these budgets. I just, I know when I was out campaigning, everyone said they wanted to see a 0% increase, and it didn't matter whether you were a Democrat, Independent, Republican, everyone said, please, 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 just try and keep the budget to 0% increase, and everyone will be happy. We said we tried. We tried.
You did?
And here we're, right,
You did?
we're trying.
Right.
So, like I said, if we could just table it, see where we're at, and definitely I agree with you increasing it. I just think 250 kind of defeats what.
Well, no, and that just, that defeats, no, that defeats your election campaign.
Well,
That's not, that's not the point, because you're the one
I know
on
what
election next year. My point is,
To Brian's
250
point, let
doesn't
me
make a
try and
difference today.
explain it, that he would like to get through our regular budget, see where we stand, and then when we go to the capital budget, we could adjust that and move that back into here, could we not? All right, so we're gonna approach.
We have another slice at it.
Right, we're going to approach the capital plan independently of this. When Brian approaches the capital plan, he will know what's in our regular budget, and we can make that adjustment.
And we can also adjust everything after the hearing.
Is that fair? That's a good compromise? Okay?
Works for me.
All right. We have, highway at 1,665,407. It's been moved and seconded.
Just hold on a second. The only thing, since we're in discussion still, okay, obviously we had a pretty mild winter. And I'm looking back from, what was, from the
Years past.
yeah.
I sent it to Bobby Dibble too.
And 15, 16, okay, which we're in now, we budgeted $64,000 for sand and 78,000 for salt. Now, obviously, the building's gotta be pretty full still, I would think. And we're actually going up on the salt. I almost think it should be going the other way around on some of those.
I think the salt prices went up substantially.
They did go up a little bit. No, I what I'm saying is, we should have a whole lot of stock there. It was
Yeah,
a
but
very mild winter.
in a big-
But I know next winter it would be different, but what I'm saying is, we're not going down at all, even taking into consideration, unless we're just waiting for the transfer at the end of the year.
Well, okay, a couple things to keep in mind. One, you can't keep an entire season's worth of salt in that shed. It's replenished many times.
Yep.
So even if you start the season with a cushion, if you have a hard winter, you're gonna go through it.
Yeah.
Literally, once it starts snowing, you can go through it in a matter of days. The other thing is, with the year that you guys did trim that, and we had a heavy duty
Yeah,
winter,
the three.
it overran by a lot.
Okay.
So,
I need to know that, that's.
so my preference is you budget conservatively, keep enough money in there, and if you don't use it, you put it back in general fund.
Okay, yeah, just wait for the transfer.
Right.
That's fine.
Any other comments?
Gotta ask.
All right, all those in favor of number 240 highway at 1,665,407, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. We're going on to transfer station number 245. This is a new addition this year, and it is funded at 181,500. Go ahead.
Make a motion to fund account 245 at 181,500.
Second.
Discussion. I have a question. According to our comptroller, this is self-funded, is that correct?
Mhm.
And it will be self-funded this coming year?
In the revenue side of the equation, we have $183,000, which represents the revenue from last year. Pretty much took the numbers from last year. So, I put an additional $10,000 in there for debt service,
Right.
just to pay off the old balance, which that's really nothing compared to what we owe, but, hopefully, the account can, earn a little bit more than just a 10, and we can put that back to the general fund.
You feel by moving this over to this side, we'll be able to keep better control, better track of all of this?
Yeah, it didn't really fit with utilities anyway. We thought it would. It was the odd duck out.
So this is the better move?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor of funding number 245 transfer station at 181,500, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. 250 planning and zoning.
I make a motion to fund account 250 for $225,359.
Okay. I have a second? Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Open for discussion on number 250 planning and zoning. Any comments or questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of 250 at 225,359, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved. Building maintenance number 260 at 7, okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to fund account 260 at $731,367.
Okay, open for discussion on number 260 building maintenance.
I had a couple of questions, I just gotta find where they are. So somebody can go in front of me.
Any questions or comments on this? I had a question on the contracted services, the energy management contract for $11,000. If that could be explained, wouldn't that be Amoresco?
No.
No, what is that?
Amoresco's in the process of installing, updating the building software so it all connects and communicates with each other. But there will be an ongoing company that maintains it throughout the town. This budget, because of where it falls and where the project is, we held numbers that were representative of past years because we're still in the process of getting our new system put in place. We held the numbers out of a lack of insight into where we need to go in the future. Hopefully,
But with new systems, this contract could be a lot less, correct? There wouldn't be nothing for them to do.
could go up too,
How did that?
because you have new systems that need to be maintained, and with every new system the systems that were put in place are very complex systems that ultimately save the town lots of money. But to maintain, to be able to ascertain and go after those energy savings, these complicated systems may need, tender loving care. Without having that system in my hands, I can't speak to whether the cost will go down or up, but I know that they're highly sophisticated, and as anyone knows, that garbage in, garbage out, so I don't know, we're not at a place where I could speak to where that's going in the future.
All right, we have under number 207, maintenance repairs, we have a question, paint supplies at $4,000 and repairs for streetscape at $7,500. If we were gonna redo the whole streetscape thing, then this would be.
Well, the streetscape projects we're talking about are kind of like, we're taking sections of streetscape and updating that. There's a lot of streetscape that the town maintains at various levels of maintenance, throughout the downtown and other areas.
Does that include trees, tree replacement?
Here we go. Yeah, right, on the
I
cliff.
don't see the fit on that one.
Now that
I wouldn't
trees
think
die.
that trees would be there.
And then I question the paint supplies, $4,000, you don't have a painter.
Oh, yeah, we do. We have,
We have a lot of shared,
Park and Rec staff, there's several guys who are skilled painters, so like certain times of the year when they're not doing outdoor work, instead of contracting out for painters, we give them jobs.
Paint is 8,500.
Yeah. It's not 4,000.
No, paint supplies, what? What was that?
8,500.
I'm trying to measure
Yeah,
over.
we've gotten a lot of painting done, very little cost, do it in-house.
And then that also includes.
Oh, right, you're right.
Painting,
Right, it
other
is,
painting.
oh, I'm
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
wrong
Yeah.
Now,
So that's, okay.
You know, it's kind of funny that we're talking about painting, because in one of the fire departments, they want somebody else, they got painting a hallway in the fire department, so why isn't this being done at all?
It will be.
You see
It's
what
all
I'm getting
done.
at?
We had the probationary guy do it.
Yeah.
It just seems that,
You know, the fire department shouldn't be looking for it when it's really, you know, it's showing in here, you know, again, if you go back to, you know, contracted service in 313, cleaning, PD, library, public works, garage, municipal center, you know, swap them out through those, you know, discussing, shower rooms. You know, I just don't. I get a lot of people saying, well, you know, some things are looking shabby here and here and around town. It's not my job to pick out, but people are saying it to me. You know, people know I sit on this board, I've been sitting on this board for a few years now. So when people say that to me, obviously I'm gonna say it at this time of the year, so.
I just also have a question. Well, how come the transfer station doesn't have running water? I mean, the transfer station, they do not have running water. They don't even have, they can't even, there's not even a hose they can.
There's no water line.
Yeah, I mean, part of those upgrades would be looked at under a one of the capital projects that didn't make it on through this year was the truck wash system. A truck wash system would be a project that would also maybe include some additional upgrades on site because of the extensive work that we would need in the public works garage.
So they have to run water out there.
Right now, all we don't, the whole site is running up a septic field. So you can't provide running water to something that you can't drain.
For me, for me, running water at a transfer station is non-negotiable. I mean, it's something that I think is necessary. And what are they doing when they hose things down? Are they gonna just use little buckets?
Well, according, yeah, they're not supposed to be.
They're not supposed to be flushing water.
Cleaning.
Well, I don't mean flushing, I'm just saying, just general, it's a transfer station. I just didn't know if because they had running water at one point and why they didn't have it anymore.
No, I don't think they ever had running water.
all right, well,
Okay, that's fine, we can move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could-
I thought it was a pipe issue.
Does the garage run on a well, or is there a water line?
It used to run on a well, there's a water line there.
There's
That-
water line.
That does feed in there, but it only goes to the garage, not to the transfer station.
Yeah.
With some of the potential improvements we were looking at.
that could be,
We were looking at that, so.
all right, let's move on. We have any further discussion on building maintenance? Any other further discussion?
The only thing I would say is I think this needs to be looked at a lot closer by the powers that be. You know, so we don't have people saying, hey, why is this happening, why is that happening? That's all.
I have to agree with that.
Why isn't the shower mopped? I'm sorry, that's just sloppy, you know? I won't get into it.
All right. We had the motion has been seconded. All those in favor of building maintenance at 731-367, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That would be me. Okay.
There you go.
All right,
Did you oppose, Bruce?
I did it. That is one thing that bugs me. Okay. Number 270, tree warden account. Go ahead.
I'm just doing it so we can move along fast. Making a motion to the fund account 270 at $90,400.
I second.
Okay, open for discussion on the tree warden.
I quite think, think we should go back to 75,000. I'd like to save a few $1,000s there.
Okay, that would be under contracted services 313. Is that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion to fund account 270 at $80,400. Or, I'm sorry, $85,400.
Second.
Sorry, the writing's so small, even with the glasses, it's like.
All right, we have a discussion under tree warden, under the line of 313 contracted services, that was requested 80,000. He would suggest it goes back to 75,000. Any discussion on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
Bob, where we are in terms of transfers right now, in the tree warden account, you know, what we got?
Transfers?
Well, or expenditures, what we've expended of the 75,000?
Of the 80,000 from 2016 approved, we spent
Right.
75,045.
That's where you are right now?
Correct. So there's less than $5,000 left.
Brad, is that split up between anything from road work? Like when they're doing,
Bob
like,
Nichols
like
pretty
during,
good at
during road
allocating.
construction?
Yeah,
And I was
so-
kinda adamant about that in previous, because, if, roads are being reclaimed, sometimes we've been widening them and stuff, we gotta really use the same contractor doing it.
Yeah, Bob Dibble, who approves all the bills for tree warden, he's usually labeled it, whether it's road work or just tree work. I would actually have to go through and pull all these bills, but in the past experiences, he labels them for road work, and if they are road work, they go against the road account.
Now, the contractor himself hasn't gone up in price, correct? For his daily rate.
I can't
But I
see that.
understand it's the same.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because
I don't think he has either.
Yeah. I'm gonna weigh in on this, I'm gonna ask you not to reduce this, because, in my opinion, I don't think we're aggressive enough when it comes to trees. And in fact, we've had a couple of members of this board over the years say, I called the tree to his attention, he said it was fine, and it blew down the next week. I think it's a liability issue. That account gets spent every year, and probably, well, we're going through, it's not litigation, but we're going through some hearings with our insurance carrier on a tree that several neighbors up on Old Turnpike said was getting too old. And the tree warden didn't take it down right away, and then it blew down and hit somebody's car, so we got, there's an insurance claim on that. I think this risks a liability claim, because it really hasn't changed in years. Tom and I went to a emergency management seminar the year before last, and the people from FEMA were talking about how, you go back 100 years, I know I'm kind of digressing a little bit. You go back 100 years, and Connecticut was very open. It was a lot of farmland that had been logged out from early colonial days.
I remember that.
And that a lot of sugar maples and pines grew up in their place, and they don't last a long time. Sugar maples last 70 to 80 years, and the federal authorities are saying if you have a major hurricane, you could have an enormous amount of damage with these trees coming down, because they're getting to the end of their lifespan, and that's mostly what we have around here. So.
We have a lot of 300-year-old trees.
Yes, we do, but we have a lot of 100-year-old trees that don't live much longer than that. I think this is a dangerous thing to do, that's my opinion.
Who is the tree warden?
What's that?
Who is the tree warden, and how long has he been the tree warden?
Oh, I don't, he's been as long as I can remember, Rolf Brandt.
Was he a tree wizard?
No. Is he what?
I thought he was a tree wizard. Nice guy.
All right, that's a different role.
He's a good guy, Rob.
All right, so we have to vote on Tim's amendment of going from 80,000 to 75,000.
Can I just ask Matt one question?
Sure.
I mean, do you think though, with Eversource's aggressive pruning of the trees and removals of trees, I mean, do you think that working in conjunction with them, is Tim's request gonna be that detrimental? I know what they did on my street, and I was happy they came on my street and did it.
Yeah, me too.
That they've done a fantastic job, and especially anything near their wires, they've asked for permission to take down the trees. I mean.
No, they're taking down live trees, whereas we tend not to take down live trees, we're taking
Right.
down dead trees.
Right.
So, no, I know if they're there, when they're doing line clearing, it's everything.
Oh, I know.
But basically, our contractor is taking down dead trees, that's kind of what it was always about.
And dead branches.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because obviously with the aerials, but, so it's like, we're not doing, we're not trimming, you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but Eversource also does a tremendous amount of takedowns.
Oh, absolutely.
Tremendous. I mean,
Yeah,
we work
I don't think I have enough information to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, we're gonna vote on Tim's motion to reduce that by 5,000. All those in favor of the reduction, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
How many is that? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so moved.
that three?
Those 42.
All right, number 290, emergency management funded at, go ahead.
Account 290, funded at $27,250.
Second.
Discussion on emergency management. Hearing none, I'll ask you to vote for 27,250. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Fire marshal. Number 300. Yep.
I'd like to fund account 300, fire marshal at $92,905. Second.
Discussion on fire marshal.
The only thing I'm gonna add about the fire marshal was the 313, what is it, car, right? Is, it just brings up that whole standardizing the fleet thing. That's, you know, what I was thinking, so.
All right, the fire marshal's car has been removed and put into the capital plan, so that is why that 5,100 is out.
That'll probably be purchased on the state bid too.
How many miles on that car?
80,000, maybe 51,000, somewhere in the low 80s.
And that, what year?
The 05.
That belonged to the real Clarence, right?
The real Clarence.
Okay. All right, we know. Okay, any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
The board is selecting, oh, that's all they took off was the C column, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, we're voting on 92,905. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Bethel Fire Department. Account number 310, the bottom line, 170,400.
I make a motion to fund account 310 at $170,400. Second.
All right, discussion on the Bethel Fire Department. Comments, questions?
Did we move something to come in with the decrease?
No, they did.
They did that, yeah.
All right, any questions or comments? All those, okay. All those in favor of Bethel Fire Department at 170,400, please, I have to recuse myself, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Stony Hill Fire Department,
I make a motion to fund account 320 at $128,750. Second.
discussion on number 320 Stony Hill Fire Department.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably make a motion on line 403, capital equipment. It's not in there anymore. So you guys moved it already?
Yeah, we moved.
Alright, that's what I was gonna do. Okay.
That would be the forcible entry training pop at 7,200. Okay, that's the count down. All right, so the net would be 128,750. Okay, any further questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of 320 Stony Hill at 128,750, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Number 330, Registrar of Voters.
Make a motion to fund account 330 at $104,336.
Second.
Discussion on number 330. Hearing none, all those,
I just have
okay.
a question. I thought when they gave their presentation, there was an increase. What am I missing? Did we move something or did you guys produce it?
No.
Because
they had asked for an increase in their salary.
Yeah.
Remember, they said they hadn't had a raise in 10 years, and that was our last presentation that was given to us, and this one we're at.
You put that in contingency, right?
That's in contingency right now, wage contingency. They had requested 14,975 as opposed to 13,843 for the registrars, each one of them. And then they also requested 4950, which, 4,500 is in the budget. So $450 went to contingency.
Now, and that'll be determined at a later date,
You
correct?
can do that now, you can do it later on. It has no effect on the budget because
But who
it's already in the budget.
who makes that decision, wage, that's because that's in wage contingency.
But you guys were registrars, you
Only
said,
the register, is that all we do?
you said the registrars, the town clerk, and the first selectman.
But I thought we,
That's why.
I thought we
Anybody
did,
that's up for re-election this November.
And don't forget,
I'm sorry, like, to be,
Okay.
what was that?
Anyone who's up for re-election this November.
Okay.
but we set that at this time. I thought we did that.
I don't think they can.
you didn't do the, you did,
You know, there's
First
some
selectman,
question,
we did
and treasurer,
treasurer,
yeah,
and,
because they were re-elected last November.
Alright.
Okay, but they're one-offs, the registrars. They come into play, in, the national election, in the even years, odd years, even years.
so we have to set that for this coming year.
Yeah, so what I would say is, there's some discussion whether or not you can do it now, or you can do it after the budget passes. And I think we gotta ask Marty about that, because it's a
Yeah.
charter change, that's what it comes down to.
That's right.
Alright, so we're not gonna move on that now, but there is money,
The money's already
the
segregated.
money is set aside in contingency. When we find out the legal ruling, then we will come back and we will set their
you
salary.
answered my question.
Okay, very good. All right, so we have now before us, number 330, register our voters of 104,336. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Number 340, town board and commissions.
Make a motion to fund account 340 at $46,750.
I hear a second, please.
Second.
All right, discussion on number 340, boards and commissions. No discussion, comments? All right. Can I ask that we vote on number 340 at 46,750? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Health Department, number 350.
Can I ask one question? Oh,
We have to, have
Make
a
a,
motion.
yeah, make a motion to fund account 350 at 307,671.
Second that.
Okay, open for discussion on the Health Department.
Matt, with the VNA, and I don't wanna keep harping on the VNA, are you just anticipating that we would probably use $20,000 in services from them?
probably. It kind of depends on how many people get sick, how many health emergencies there are, you know, if there's a flu epidemic, stuff like that. There are a variety of things, and, you know, it's one of those things that I understand that it's hard for all of us to get our hands wrapped around it because of HIPAA laws, you can't really talk about some of the services they provide, you know, because they're pretty specific.
Wait, but when they do a flu clinic, right, they bill the town for doing that clinic, or no?
No, they bill insurance.
They bill, so what services do we pay for, is what I'm just trying to figure out, like, what would we pay them? Like, what's an example where I would pay the VNA to do something?
As part of the town?
Yeah, I mean, I know they do the fire department, they do the police department, anyone who works in the health
Yeah.
department, I'm sure they do tuberculosis
Yes.
and hepatitis B.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that they do, like, do they provide services for public works, do they provide services? I'm just trying to get an idea on the cost.
I don't think so. I don't think I can answer all those questions. They don't do.
Anything with a pandemic, okay?
Yeah.
An emergency situation.
Well,
But they don't
We had
do
that in
like
the
us.
area. TV outbreaks, I mean, you wouldn't know who
You
they
can't
are,
predict
but
I get that, I get their mission,
Yeah, but they don't, to answer your question, they don't do screenings for those other departments.
Right. But you, and again, I'm just trying to figure out how we came to 20,000 is what we're gonna spend this year with the VNA.
That-
That's all I'm asking, that's all I'm asking.
That is
It's not in-
contingency only. That is.
Right, we could go over it, I know, or under it, I get it.
Correct.
I'm just saying, what did we base that number on? Is it past experience?
It's past experience. But yeah, I see what you mean. That was a historical number. In fact, it used to be 40,000. In fact, if you go way back, it was an agency, it was part of town government.
Okay. And do we know what we spent last year with them?
Nothing. Nothing. They got zeroed out.
So,
But Laura had to spend some money, didn't she?
for specific nurses or doctors.
Yeah.
And that's convoluted because it goes into different accounts and there, so you'd have to ask her what she spent, really, when it came down to it.
All right.
I'm still unclear, I'm sorry. But is this a contingency amount? You know, we spend it only if it's needed, or is it, we're gonna pay them 5,000 a quarter to get this preferred contract position?
It's a contingency that we expect will be probably utilized at 100%.
Okay, so used through actual services,
Yes.
not from some, just advancing of a quarterly payment.
Right. Right.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on health department?
Yeah, I just got a question for Matt, for the board of selectmen. You guys took $9,000 out of contracted services, correct?
Yeah.
Where was,
Oh, yeah.
So if you go back to
I was just trying to
the
figure
last
out
page,
where they took it from.
public health consulting services for complex or rapidly changing health projects and training personnel, $9,000. You see that? But then she breaks it down, 4 and 5. Those three numbers are one and the same.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they added.
Okay, so.
So just, that's where it was,
Yeah.
Okay, just clarification, I know you brought it up at the beginning.
Good catch.
Nice catch.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor, Health Department number 350, 307, 671, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Number 360, Police Department, we're gonna table that till we find out the issues on the changeover of the $16,000, correct?
Yep, I did. See, everybody went to bed. I didn't hear.
I know,
Everybody-
why?
Yeah,
What about
Well, we're coming to, let me explain that.
What's that? Yeah, you have to vote, just put a motion on the table 360.
We're gonna put a motion on the table, number 360, to table the police department at this time.
Second move.
All those in favor of tabling number 360 until we get all the details, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Number 380, Parks and Rec, we have, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to fund account 380 at $1,061,468.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, open for discussion.
There's a couple of things that I would like to do, and I just gotta get to where it's at.
While Tim is looking, does anyone down here have a question?
Gonna go down to, account 315, park maintenance repairs. I'm gonna make a motion, just so everybody knows, I'm gonna make a motion, did they move it early?
Yeah.
Okay, all four of those things, correct?
4 items?
Yeah, all
Yeah.
4 items got moved?
Yep.
We were going so fast, I don't know if they caught that one. Okay.
That's the 43.5.
Okay. Yeah, I only got the one basic number of 117 that the selectmen pulled out of there.
Can I ask a question on, we eliminated one
full-time maintainer pay, so we're still hiring one, correct?
Yes, they're hiring one.
And then part-time salaries went down by 27,000.
Well, what we did was, if you look at the seasonal park maintenance, it says for two. We took one out, so that's 520. And then the part-time, maintenance, 16,000, we combined the two numbers. That's where we got the 27,520. And we included one full-timer.
Now, the only thing that's an issue that's gonna come up with having, leaving in the one new maintainer is if the turf field does pass in the next year or so, obviously there'll be a little bit of less work, because it's not a field that has to be, taken care of on a constant basis. The lines and so forth, whatever. But if it doesn't go through, I can understand where you could need it. I would prefer, quite frankly, probably is to either, do this on a contracted like an outside type, person or something. I just hate to pull on a new employee and then find out we just added headcount with benefits that we really don't need.
Well, I think the problem with bringing in a contracted service is timing. When can you have them do the work? Sometimes they can work an hour or two. They may be only able to work an hour or two at the facility because the kids are coming out or whatever. Whereas with someone that's an employee, you can direct them back and forth.
Well,
amongst different projects.
Right now, you can also bring them to different fields too.
Right.
In different.
But if it's a contractor, he may say, wait a minute, I want to do a job and get it done with. I don't want to bounce around and start this and then go somewhere else.
But right now, we are using contracted services now,
But the turf field only saves you on mowing time and lining time.
Yep.
It doesn't save you time on picking up garbage after events, cleaning
Sure.
bathrooms after functions, mowing downtown, picking up the playgrounds. It will save maybe 4 to 5 hours a week, or maybe, but then that person can do something that we have not been able to get to, or we've added Rubino property, we've added, there's other things that we've added, we've taken on duties, and so I think to eliminate one full-time person that should have had years ago because of one turf field is.
Right now, you have 3 maintainers, correct?
I have 3 full-time maintainers.
Can I just have,
Go ahead.
the overtime though is still the same.
Yeah, because we still have to open the bathrooms and clean the bathrooms at the parks on the weekends and still have to maintain. So I would still have to have somebody do that. That work wouldn't be able to be done
During regular business
during
hours.
regular days because the event is happening after hours or there's facilities have to be kept clean 7 days a week when we're open, during the spring and summer.
Would the clothing allowance come down?
What,
Go up.
it would go up one by one person.
This budget was done based on hiring 2 people.
Oh, correct. It wasn't.
I don't think that was considered.
No, the clothing allowance is a full-time employee gets $500. So that's not, I didn't even increase it yet it would really should go up $500 for one.
So that needs to get increased to 2,000.
Right.
Is there anything else?
That's the only.
I'm looking at 315, and for tree work, I don't know if this is true or not, but would that not be would the tree warden not do tree work?
Well, this refers to trimming, like maintenance.
Trimming in the parks and trimming at the ball fields and that kind of thing, outside of the realm. The tree warden is.
It's not really the heavy duty trees, it's more like the landscaping,
Okay.
the park stuff. The school complex, you do that too, right?
Right, all the school complex trees and anything.
Yeah, but with another person, wouldn't that be helping you out with doing that? Listen, we're just trying to
Yeah.
Make it
I
work.
mean,
I'd like to get you another person, but we're trying to look for the give and take here a
Right,
little bit,
I mean,
that's all.
Yeah, I mean, that.
I mean, I brought this up last year, quite frankly,
I'd have probably kept the $5,000 in the tree account if you went and did this work, and I brought the same thing up last year and I did the year before.
Yeah, I mean, if I can do if I have additional people, I could do more of the trimming of the trees, I just can't do
You know,
some
is
of
it
the.
trimming of the trees or trimming of the brush back? You know what I mean? Especially, I mean, you know, long pole pruners, and I'm sure you guys.
It's a
probably-
combination, like if you look at Johnson School, there's the parking lot and the area that's between Rockwell, the road, and the Johnson School parking lot. That had to be cleared out because they need sight from Rockwell School to Johnson. So someone can stand on and see both schools or see if somebody's running that way. I mean, I couldn't take care of some of the trees that were there because my staff is not skilled enough to do the bigger trees that are there.
No, I
So
understand.
some of that work has to be done by an outside source.
You know, but I would think for, a day or two to pull for whatever he gets, our regular person on the tree account gets $18 or $2,000 a day or whatever, I don't know what he's getting, between $16 and $2,000 a day, I'm sure. That you could pull down to do some heavy stuff, and then I would think with an extra person, trim and drag all the fences and, so on and so forth, and I'm sure you guys got the long pole pruners just like every other buddy does, and you can reach, 15 feet high, so, I like I said, it's a little bit of the give and take. I mean, I put it right in my notes here, you should be using the tree board. And I said it when the last previous year.
Hi, Gary, you have a point? I have a point I want to make in support of this budget here, Parks and Rec, of course. I'm a little biased because I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission. Keep in mind, when we bring on these, when we take on these land preservation grants, or we take responsibility to these land grants and stuff, it is Parks and Rec Commission's responsibility, not the commission, but Parks and Rec Department's responsibility to maintain those areas as well, so we gotta keep that in mind.
I'm sorry.
Down the road.
What areas?
When we.
Like the Frank property?
Yeah.
That's under my
Every time we
department.
do that kind of thing in this town, the responsibility falls on Parks and Rec, department to maintain them. You got brush cutting, you gotta keep it safe for people that are gonna use the trails, so that there's responsibility there.
So you're saying you just can't send people out with hatchets and,
Yeah, I just, I think
whack them
to
in place.
To Tim's point, I don't think, I'm not questioning the fact whether they need an additional employee at Parks and Rec to maintain the fields. I just would like to see a little bit of savings in some other areas, that's all. I mean, if you really need another person, I get it, but I would have just expected either part-time to go down a little bit more or overtime to go down. Like, is it in the contract that it has to be a full-time employee who does the Saturday things, or part-timers allowed to?
I'm not really sure, but I believe the bathrooms have to be done by the union contract, but, yeah.
But I mean, also, isn't part of your
We did
analysis
reduce,
is that there's more.
these contract-
I'm sorry, let me finish.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks. I think part of what you're saying is that you're gonna do more work, right? It's not necessarily a finite amount of work now, and now you have more people to do it. You're gonna expand.
Right, I've already gotten, like, I have the Rubino property, which is an added field, I have the Frank property, which is an added properties, and those have come across in the past 2 years, to Gary's point, so, and so there's more work coming and more requests to have fields painted on a regular basis. Fields aren't getting only one field painted on it, there are multiple fields being painted on them.
Now we have in addition, we have the dog park down in Coward Park. That's gotta be maintained, it's gotta be kept clean. Not everybody's gonna clean up after their dogs, unfortunately. And crew goes in there, has to clean up, it's not fun. Bathrooms.
Can you explain what you're explaining?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bob, I didn't get to speak before.
Go ahead.
But, yeah, we took out, we did take out one of the part-timers in response to adding a full-timer. And we also took out the part-time maintenance of 16,000, so we took 27,000 out, 27,520. And we also took the other full-timer out at 46,000, but we left one full-timer in, so there is an offset there.
Where was the offset, the full-timer and who else? And what else?
And
Part-timer, just
27,000 out of part-time account.
One part-timer came out.
So it's roughly like 19,520 is the difference in where the salaries would be, just.
No, 27,520.
Well, no, because track 46,904.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So we're looking at a $19,000 net increase, roughly.
And just to let you know, my budget's up a lot because 66,000 came from the teen center.
Right.
That's an additional increase in my budget that was not in last year, so I went over $1 million because I got 66,000. I have the teen center now. I'm in charge of the teen center, so. We've hired a teen coordinator, but she's part-time, so our full-time staff still is in charge of that.
Do we have an accurate account of the revenue from last year?
Accurate? We have a revenue account. I can give that to you. Basically, what I did was I took last year's revenue and adjusted it for, and it doesn't have Eileen's new, well, not so much the rates, but the teen center information because.
There is revenue from that?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But we don't know what it's gonna be, because that was always contracted services.
Right.
And anything from the state that showed a potential increase, I didn't use right now, because with the budget process still ongoing up there, I'm not sure, but if there was a decrement, I took the decrement.
Okay.
All right. And then also in the current revenue, I included the Kerma revenue share. Remember that last year? That's the insurance company. They gave us back, and they haven't met yet. They won't meet until probably sometime in the middle of April. But they gave us $33,000 last year.
Thank you.
So I'm hoping it's going to be the same thing this year.
According to this, recreation had an income of $344,639.
Bob?
Yeah.
Would it be possible to see projected revenue next to what the revenue was last year? I mean,
Well,
not right this second.
Yeah, but basically, it's essentially the same thing, except for some change in the DECS dollars that came down a little bit. Transportation came down, but I can get that.
I just like to see comparison.
Does the teen center make money or is it still?
Well, it was contracted services last year, so, so whatever she received in revenue, we have no idea, but she did charge for different services.
Yeah, and there's a membership fee for the kids to join, which is anywhere, I believe, between $10 and $25 it has gone through. So we're kind of writing out to the end of the school year and gonna revisit it. So we will be getting income from there, whether it's 100 kids that become members, 200 kids to become members. So, and then she charges for programs that you have, like $2 for this. Or,
Do you know how many members we have right now?
Right.
I believe that there's approximately about 125.
125.
Or a few more, there might be more than that.
Okay.
But
The programs, do they have, are they attended, do they have attendings, and I mean, of the 120 people, are they pretty much passed around and are participating in programs?
they're going to the events, there might be 5 or 6, depending on the smaller events, and then the bigger events, she gets more people, she gets a lot of people at the open gym. So I'm still learning the process, to be honest with you. It's only been about 3 weeks, so. I have to be honest with you, so. I'm still getting the history, because they still report to the youth commission.
Right, but there was someone in place there for a couple of years, right?
It was
It was contracted out,
Yeah,
so.
It's
All right, one
I'm
person at a
sorry.
time.
it was a strange situation, and I really don't know why it was done this way, but from many years ago, the director of the whole teen center operation was contracted out. Years ago, I mean, you go back decades ago, it was contracted out to the regional YMCA. And probably because whoever, was in town government at the time felt they didn't really have the expertise to run it. So then some years, many years ago, the Y decided that they didn't want to be in the contract business anymore of running things like that. So for a while, we didn't have anybody, and then in the early 2000s, I think it was, is when they hired Hilda. And she was told that she would.
Who's they?
The selectmen.
Okay.
And then the youth commission.
And the youth,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
Although the youth commission set policy, but actually she reported, I mean, on contract to the first selectman.
okay, but so if, even in contracted services, that you're saying that there's no history for the past 5 years of
No.
operation?
Not really, because.
It was a private operation.
Because.
She got 66,000 and that was it.
Yeah, she actually,
Whether she made money or lost money.
She used to get 80,000, I think, and then.
Years ago,
it
yeah.
got cut back.
That whole
So
formula
so
kinda
those
messed up.
books were hers, so.
I understand, that seems like kind of odd.
Well,
yeah.
yeah, that's why we don't wanna do it that way.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Can I ask one more question?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And again, I'm not trying to beat you up or anything, it's just, with the new employee that we're hiring for maintainers, are they able to take over the library area and islands?
Yeah, and as I also said that in my thing, that there's a volunteer group that was going to do it. And that's, I think was like $1,000.
3,500.
No, that's, I don't think that's,
I have it right here.
Yeah.
3,500, we have budgeted for it.
Well,
The
the library-
contract for the library and the islands. We have 3,500 in the budget for it.
well, then you can take that out.
We can take it.
Yeah, no, that doesn't, because I have a volunteer group that can do it. I didn't think I had added that in there.
So really, we could take 3,000 out, because you need 500 to make up, if the new employee stands, we would need the 500 added to the.
For clothing allowance,
clothing
yes.
allowance. So 3,000.
Now, in your budget, you don't show that you take care of the, trying to think what that you call it, the South Street Fire Department, right? I know there was 3,000 somewhere, but I think it was in the fire department.
That's in the fire department. I maintain that.
Okay.
But why would that be in there?
You would have to ask the fire department.
I'll ask, and then if that is the case, then we'll take another 3,000. Park and Rec, if they're gonna maintain it, I'll ask.
No, you wouldn't take it out of mine. You would take it out of the fire department.
Yeah, take it out of the fire.
Well, I don't know. Well, I'll
Well,
ask them.
depending on.
Or if you leave it in there, then I don't have to do it, I guess.
Correct. All right, so what do you wanna do with the library?
No, we're on Park and Rec.
Oh, no. We're still on Parks and Rec. Right now, we're able to reduce it. We're
Okay,
able to
correct.
3,000, but then we have to add 500.
Yeah.
Came out to 3,500 was the savings, but we need to put 500 into the clothing allowance if the new person stays.
Okay.
I just have one other question. On your brochures, yeah, it was kind of funny when I went, after your presentation, it was, I went home and I told Laurel, I said, you know what they have in the fall? They have flag football. I said, shit, I think I'm gonna sign up for that. She goes, I never even heard about that. I said, neither did I. Now, I lived in Bethel my whole life. She doesn't, because, for instance, we don't get a brochure.
Right, well, and
You see what I'm getting at? It's like.
That's where we're.
Are we thinking about going to the email thing? Cause we got $7,500 here,
Well, that's what we are in the process of, we've gotten a new computer system. We are gonna go to the email it, and it's, and we can email it to everyone.
Okay.
So
Cause that's
whoever,
just, like I said, it's a big number.
Right.
And then here it is, I don't even get it. And I had somebody, obviously
Mhm.
it was in the school system.
right.
So, and we didn't get it at our house.
Right, we don't mail, we haven't, we
I
won't,
don't, I don't know who the mailings went out to, I mean, cause
We
it's a
don't do
brochure
any-
with printings, or they
it's just printing and we give it to the schools. And we
Okay.
stop at the high school, and we stop at middle school, cause they don't go home.
Yeah.
And then, so eventually that number is gonna keep going down, cause we're gonna have an established email list to send it out.
The only
Email.
problem is it went up. It went up
No,
$1,500 this year.
All right, we have a discussion. Do we have any other motions here?
I
I'm
just
just
have
trying
a
to
question. So, I mean, you're saying that the.
No, the brochure
Oh, I'm
was, it's
sorry, it
only
went
six
down, I said,
thousand,
I
yeah.
looked at it backwards.
Yeah, it went down to 6,000.
Does the brochure only get put out to the schools?
No, we print out and then we have it online. It's on our website.
Okay, but do you say they don't get mailed?
We don't mail them,
Okay, so that's
no.
why you don't get them,
No, I got that.
okay. All right.
Brian,
I didn't know about the flag.
Brian, you wanna make any?
Yes, why don't you make your motion on that, 3,500?
Alright. I'm gonna make a motion under contracted services line 313 to reduce that by 3,000.
You wanna do 3,500?
No, I don't, because 308, oh.
You gotta do them separately.
Okay, 3,500, okay, got it, reduce that by 3,500,
And then
and
add
then
the,
add $500 to line 308, the clothing allowance.
and the bottom line, Brad, would be
1,058,468.
1,058,468.
Yeah.
313.
Good research, Brian. All right, we have a motion, it's been seconded on the Parks and Rec at,
No, I'll second it.
Okay.
Motion.
okay. It's 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Brian made a motion and Tim seconded it. The net amount is now, the new amount is 1,058,468. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I gotta recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. We're halfway there.
Yes.
Number 390, employee benefits.
You need a break?
Yeah.
I have to go.
Yeah,
My
that's fine.
husband is out of town,
Oh, oh.
my kids are home with my next door neighbor who has to be at work in the morning. I am sorry to do this. And
We're
I'm
sorry to
not
have to
trying to
keep
be
you.
selfish, but I have to go relieve
Is this
her.
the last one? Is this the last?
No.
we can-
No,
we have-
there's this plus capital.
You,
The recording secretary.
you're gonna roll over, sorry?
I said the secretary of our board can actually take the notes.
I could start taking the minutes out.
You can do that.
I'll just
I am
take
so
over for-
sorry. I mean, I would have
Whatever.
hired somebody, but I just
Let me
didn't
just
think.
use your notes.
We've done the library, we've got another,
I
probably,
just can't ask my neighbor to.
Got it. Gonna need a red pen.
Are they gonna get the capital today or they just finishing it?
and then,
So we can go home?
Yeah.
All right, so we're at 90.
thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Quite all right,
guys.
quite all right.
Okay, I'm done.
We'd all like to join you. All right, we're going to, number 390, employee benefits.
Okay, make a motion to fund account 390 at $5,682,801.
Second. Any discussion on number 390?
Thank you so much.
I'll make it easy for you, I'll make all of that.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, any comments or questions on number 390? All those in favor of employee benefits at 5,682,801, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. NGO is gone.
No, you gotta vote on it.
No, we have to vote on it, okay.
I make a motion to fund account 400 at 0.
Okay,
Second.
second by Bill. Comments on this? This was funded under social services.
Correct.
We're at number 390. I mean, 400,
Okay,
non-governmental agencies.
Cynthia,
I have a
I'm
question.
gonna track it too, so if we ever need to scrap.
Will this be in next year's budget, when we do next year's budget? Or are you gonna eliminate this altogether?
Well, I
Wanna
would have
have
to
a
redo
track
the
record,
entire
right?
spreadsheet. I mean, I can do it and bring it into social, services.
Right.
Or continue to do it this way. I'll probably work on it and just build it out on the other side.
I mean, I don't know what the history on other things we had before, where we eliminated them or we didn't eliminate. Just curious.
Okay, all those in favor of funding 400 at 0, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved. Intra-government agency subsidies, number 405, intergovernment.
Make a motion to fund account 405 at 454,342.
Second.
All right, open for discussion on the 405.
I have a, I don't know if I'm going to say a statement, but I think this account should be audited, so we can see how exactly where we're at and what we're gonna do with it, because it was seriously in the negative zone.
That was
Paramedic
it's
service?
all paramedic.
I know.
Yeah.
So that's just, I mean, this is something we have to think about, because this is like the trash station on steroids.
They're gonna do, I was there at the meeting, they talked about this at length, and they're gonna do that. They're
Okay.
gonna audit the paramedic.
I mean, obviously, we could, just so we have a
Oh, yeah.
idea of what's happening.
Yeah, we
I mean,
already have a.
Matt and I have discussed this over the last couple of years.
Oh, no,
when
I know
we
it's been going
bring, the outside auditors into the firehouses and actually look over their books.
Have we
Which
done
have
that
the
yet?
right-
Is that
We haven't
what we're
done
gonna
it.
do? Okay.
I mean,
And how will that be funded?
well, that's the key. I mean,
That's-
we would have to come, I would have to come back to you and say, okay, it's gonna cost $30,000 or $40,000.
That's why.
You know, do you wanna go ahead and do this?
That's why I wanna bring this up now.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna, obviously, and I don't know if some of the board members know how bad of a deficit that account is, but it's, I've heard all the way, you know, $800,000 to $900,000.
Yeah, I think just because I was there Friday, and I also know that it may come to a point where we might be proposed to get our own vehicle, and, you know, because it would be more cost effective.
So if the, just so we can just be kept in the loop as everything's going on, because I don't think it's virtually works like.
Well, I can chime in on this. The Bethel Fire Department last year and the year before, we did our own audit, so for the 990 form that we have to fill out, so you're welcome to look at that audit, and I think that audit from last year, the year before, will give you an indication, and so you wouldn't have to duplicate that, because he is very thorough. So I think that would be open to you.
Are we saying that we run over the budget amount, like, so we budgeted 225, and what was the cost? 350.
250. And it's going higher.
Now, is it because of overtime, they're charging our salaries? or-
All right, could we have our Stony Hill Fire Chief come
Well,
out?
then, you know what, I think we have to set this aside for a longer conversation.
Yeah.
Briefly, what happens is, we have two independent fire companies, and they run their EMT services, and they're completely independent, they don't get any town funding. We overlay the paramedic intercept service, and when that was started, in 2006, 2007, when Bob Burke was in office, the idea was that it would get started, it was gonna break even on insurance billings. But, the insurance companies and Medicare and Medicaid will not fully reimburse an intercept service. They will only reimburse fully if the paramedic is on the wagon.
That's not my question, like, I get it, I'm not worried about whether
Procedure.
insurance companies, what I'm saying is, I would imagine that we would tell Danbury Hospital that you guarantee us paramedic coverage for X amount of dollars. And it's a set number from Danbury Hospital, you know, where if someone calls out sick and they have to pay overtime, well, that's their problem, not really mine, because we've contracted with them. So how does the contract work with them? That's what I'm trying to figure
All right,
out.
let Tom Gallagher briefly explain.
I think we need to set aside, this could go on for an hour.
No, but it's shorter and sweeter than that. The program started way before 2006, back in like early 90s, Bruce. And the town funded the entire program without any questions, funded it completely before the two organizations billed for services. So in 06, when it was renegotiated, the vendor at the time said that it would basically pay for itself through revenue recovery. And because of the Medicare issues and just billing issues and trying to recoup that money, the program has not paid for itself, so the town is still paying for it. They just budgeted less of our amount than what they used to budget for. So now,
Do we have a set cost at the beginning of the year from Danbury Hospital?
Yeah, we pay $30,000 a month.
Okay, so really the town should expect that this is gonna cost $360,000 a year, and whatever money you get back is a bonus. I mean, because honestly, that's all I'm trying to say, is if it costs us $360,000, you can't guarantee, right, I mean, that's all I'm just trying to say, is if it's 360, the number's 360, and that's what should be in there. And, you know, kind of like we did with highway, we should look over the years to get that to where.
Yeah.
And if we recoup some money, great.
Right, just briefly, how were you going to approach this? You're gonna have an investigation, a committee?
What I got is a quote from Bob Holdsworth to do a study, to model what the different financial models would look like. Like one ambulance corps with one or two backups. Two different corps, two different, with the paramedic on each one, paramedic at certain times of the day, not others. And that, the quote he's given us is 41,000 to do that study, to do all that model. And I think we have to put that out to bid and see if, but I don't know anybody else that does it in Connecticut.
You and I will talk about that.
Okay, I think, I mean, if we bring the auditors in, we can, you know, audit the 2 firehouses for the collections that you, well, first of all, the buildings that you have, and then what you actually collect.
Okay, we
And
can
what you
talk
turn
about
over to
that,
the town.
right? Tom?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. All right,
Not a problem.
in the meantime, we have before us 454, 342. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Number 410, utilities, charges, and services.
Make a motion to fund an account 410, $2,459,721.
Second that?
All right, discussion on utilities. Go ahead. Any discussion?
Is this like,
Any signs of life?
is this a guesstimate, the 206 on heating oil? Like you just using your best, or do we have a contract that says that we're gonna get the heating oil?
On 206, 205, you mean?
205.
Fuel oil?
Yeah, you're saying it's $2 and however many cents a gallon, right?
That's what we're locked in right now.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're locked, that's all I was
Yep.
asking, that we're not float.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of funding utilities number 410 at $2,459,721, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Bob, when do those come up anyways? I mean, obviously heating oil is cheaper than 206 now.
Well, we locked in last year, before it started.
I know, but for how long? When is that?
Those are 1-year contracts. The other one, for electricity is a 2-year contract, so we go to November 17th.
Okay.
Right, number 420, miscellaneous charges and transfers.
I make a motion to fund account 420 at $411,489.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill. Okay, discussion on 420. Comments? Okay, hearing none. All those, here's where, that 225, MCR is there. All right, all those in favor of funding 420 at 411, 489, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the senior center, we haven't done that yet. All right, senior center number 430.
Make a motion to fund account 430 at $183,631.
Second.
No seconds. Okay, open for discussion on this. The assistant director will stay part-time.
Correct.
And we have revenue from the senior center of $36,000. And that is the second year, Bob, if I'm correct, of showing revenue, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. At one time, there was no revenue.
Correct.
No,
Oh.
we set it against the program cost.
It was revenue. it just
I
wasn't
know,
always-
Yeah, I was there. Okay, the revenue last year, was that about the same as this?
Exactly the same.
Okay. All right, so technically you got 183, but there is revenue generated, so. All right, any other,
Just, seems like every year we've been budgeting 3,000 for dues on education. and the actual expenditures were $506 and $1,400. Remember line 301? Does anyone have any idea why?
Yeah, there was a changeover in the director, Lisa Plum took over from, what's it,
Not Rosado.
Kathy Old.
Kathy Holmes, Kathy Holmes. And Kathy, had not gone to any of the educational seminars to learn about, new programming, social service techniques and dealing with, people with issues. So we have, encouraged Lisa to attend those, educational seminars to increase her skills.
I remember when Lisa I remember it was, we agreed, I don't know, Bill will remember, but we agreed to do it for a few years and then hopefully it would start waning off a little bit. Well, it's not waning yet. So.
What year did she become?
I'm sorry.
It was just she's in her third year.
Right.
No.
So that's something that
We gotta monitor.
whether you do it this year or next year, but it's something that I think should come to speed. 32.
All right,
So you also gotta remember, she's the municipal agent,
Yeah, she is,
which, Kathy Owens wasn't.
correct.
She took that over from the senior from the social worker. So-
Do we get anything back? Unfortunately, I don't have the transfers. We ever get anything back from this account ever? In your transfers?
I don't know, I don't know offhand.
Yeah.
At this point.
I mean, I know.
I can check tomorrow.
Yeah, just, you know, just.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 grand last year.
I mean, things are looking really good because we got a big fat 0% coming out, but, again, that's reflecting on a $800,000 revenue. It's not gonna look so rosy next year, I'm sure.
all right, and we see that we have taken the capital carpeting and putting it into the,
Capital.
taking it out of the regular fund and putting it into capital, okay.
Yeah, you might even, you might even consider doing that this year on a.
Yeah, we got an idea,
Okay.
okay. All right, any other questions or comments? We're voting on number 430 senior center at 183, 631. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, so library.
Library is done.
Is there a meal service at any point? Is there a meal service at any
Don't
point?
worry, I don't need to hear about your.
All right, we're going on
I'm
to,
waiting for the drink card.
Yeah.
Wake me up for the.
Madam Secretary, we're on number 440,
Okay, I gotcha.
debt service.
Make a motion to fund, account 440 at $3,871,436.
Second. All right, any questions or comments on debt service? Bob, any comments on it?
You gotta pay this bill.
All right, that is a very pertinent comment, okay. All right, we're voting on 440 debt service, 3,871,436. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. We are at the back of the book.
You have 2 accounts left, 220 and 360, fleet and police.
Okay, now, we have tabled that at this point in time because we do not know the answer to the changeover.
Okay, so I did get a response from the chief.
Yeah. And that would be number
That would be, 380, no, 360.
360 police,
I
okay.
will read you his response. He says, to the best of my knowledge, what we asked for in the police budget is sufficient to cover all changeover expenses for the cars that they purchased. We do not rely on anything from highway vehicle maintenance. They may have different set of issues. There may be something that's coded as changeover that isn't, it may be a coding error. He doesn't know. So I don't think we should, I think you can vote on the police budget the way it is, and then we'll hold off, fleet maintenance until I get an answer from Bob Hemmel.
All right, we're gonna go under police, number 360, okay.
I have a couple questions.
Well,
Are
you
you gonna
gotta,
make a motion, Tim?
Yep. I'd like to make a motion to fund account 360 at $4,410,744.
Second.
okay, open discussion on police department.
I'd just like to talk about overtime.
I have your answer from earlier, Tim, what it's been running. I went back to 2011, because that's as far back as we have in the system.
What question was this?
How much we spent on overtime.
Oh, that was Brian.
Brian's,
Yeah.
that was Tim, sorry, that was like 6 hours ago. so.
Exactly. I'm like, did I ask a question?
Now he's ten.
Overtime in 2011, this is all in thousands, we paid 224, 2012, 213, 2013, 264, 2014, 185, 2015, 174. So far this year in 16 and 8 months, we paid 141, which equates to, if you extrapolate it out, at 212.
That's including covering dispatch.
Yes, but from the police presentation, the dispatch that they were talking about for the extra dispatcher was, I guess they only have one overnight person now, and he was talking about the overnight shift.
Sometimes they run two, sometimes they run one.
On occasion, there would be overnight dispatch overtime, correct?
On occasion. I guess my point is, I mean, we broke down the overtime to 86,000 for dispatch. And I'm just gonna assume the dispatcher probably makes $22 an hour. Am I right? And it might be under that, I don't know.
I can tell you.
I don't have like much overtime every what I do every day. I'm always on the phone taking control, trying to figure out.
I don't have the contracts in my office.
Okay. I could almost guarantee it's probably 22 an hour, maybe more. We'll use that for. Let's just use 22 an hour.
Well, I can tell you, I think I don't have the most recent contract, but the old one was, depending on step.
21 so I took the basic salary, 22 an hour, all right? So at time and a half, that's 33 an hour. If you wanna add, you know, you need to add anything to that, Bob, that I'm not aware of, I don't think so, because on the 33 an hour, when the town pays it, that's what you're actually paying, right? So, at an 8-hour shift, let's call it $250 a shift to fill. Right? I can fill 200 shifts and still be under the 86,000 that they're requiring in dispatch overtime. Now, maybe occasionally a police officer covers dispatch for overtime, I don't know.
Sometimes.
But again, that is, I'm just saying, that is a big number for overtime, especially if we're hiring a full-time dispatcher to help. It just seems like that number's a little bit high to me. Now, maybe there's a better explanation that we need. Maybe I'm not seeing something, but when I looked at that number, it was kind of high. You know, the police operations 170, you know, I know we run 150, but I'm not gonna,
To Brian's point, perhaps this was calculated not knowing if they were gonna get an extra dispatcher, correct? And now, if they get the extra dispatcher, then this has to be adjusted. But by how much?
We may have to table this until we speak.
That was my take on it.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, the overtime just didn't make sense to me when I looked at it. You know, the police side, I mean, to me, it's a little high, but I don't think, again, I don't know what their shift requirements are and whatever, so 170, I'm not gonna say much about, but.
But, you know, he probably took a higher, amount other than, the dispatcher salary, because if he had a lieutenant going in there or, a sergeant doing the overtime as a dispatcher, that's gonna bump it up a little bit.
But how often is that, you know? Like I said.
I've seen Durkin in there a lot.
Right, but let's say we'll have 9 dispatchers, right, total? Okay. Give them an average of 15 vacation days a year and 10 sick days a year, still do the math, you're not at 200 short shifts. I don't believe, because if we're still gonna be at 200 short shifts with hiring a full-timer, why hire a full-timer? That's my only point, and that's what I'm trying to, you know, wrap my head around here is, and again, you know, I support the police, I've been a policeman 21 years. You know, but when it comes to the numbers, I just need an explanation so I can make an educated, you know, figure out.
All right,
I just don't see how we vote on something without that.
Right, that's what
all right, why don't we, can we have a motion to table this? And we'll bring that up
Move to
along with fleet
table.
maintenance. Okay.
Motion
I think
to
it's a good,
table.
Or maybe the chief can, maybe you could ask the chief and he could send us, some information on it, so we figure out where.
Well,
I believe it's.
There wasn't, the chief didn't actually request this, this came from the police commission.
All right, maybe the police.
So we can probably talk to Mike Duff about it.
Sure, maybe Mike can give us an
Motion to
explanation.
table, please.
Okay, can I have a second on the motion to table?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of tabling police until we get the details, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So, next account, Brad.
220.
Fleet maintenance, right?
That was the other one.
Yeah, that's the other one.
What is that line, $5,000?
It's 5,000 for change over, and it is under number 215 for
Say we just
5,000.
take it out and be done with it.
You can take it out.
This
I mean,
is what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna make a
motion.
Okay,
He always gives back that, at least that much. It's not gonna be an issue.
why don't
Take
we,
it out.
we're gonna reopen number 220 fleet maintenance and, Tim?
We need a motion to open it?
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to reopen account 220 fleet maintenance. I second.
At 375, 182?
At 375, 182.
Okay, and second by Gary,
I
okay,
make a motion to amend.
okay,
I make a motion to amend the amount to reflect $370,182.
Second.
and that would be a reduction in new vehicle changeover number 215.
Right.
Okay. All right, we have a new amount of 375,182. Any?
Nope, no amount, 370.
370,182, correct. Yeah. All right,
Who's seconding that?
who seconded that motion? Bill. All right. Any more discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of funding 220 fleet maintenance at 370,182, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. We have open Police Department number 360. We also have open the capital plan, all right?
Okay.
It would be my suggestion that we come back and do both of those at a time to be determined.
Trying to determine it right now.
Yeah. If you don't have time to post it, you
Right.
gotta recess. Yeah.
Could we just agree not to come back on March 2nd? Again, every-
Okay, all right, now, what are the, and Brad, what are the deadlines to have this completed?
I don't know. I think you have to do it this week.
Let's just do it this week,
Okay.
or March
Do you wanna do it
2nd.
tomorrow?
I'll do it tomorrow.
I'm tired.
Can't do it tomorrow. Don't we have to post it or no?
No, it's recess.
That's right, okay.
I'll do it tomorrow.
We have a board of
Wednesday.
select-
I can't do it Wednesday.
Oh, cause,
I'm getting my tooth done.
Okay,
We're-
let us, and then we can go over this, and I have, this shows you my ideas on capital non-recurring, and I can pass that out.
is there a motion, to,
So we make the motion to recess until tomorrow? Does that work for you?
I think we've got nothing on the agenda, so we're canceling.
At what time?
7?
All right, we have a motion on the floor
who made the motion?
Me.
And who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
to recess until tomorrow, and at that time, we will go over the capital plan. We will go over police department, and any other items that we have to bring up, I think that's
Well,
gonna be it.
you can only go with what's on your agenda tonight, but those are the two things.
Well, no,
Those are the two open things.
No, it isn't. It is not. We have to revisit the highway.
Yeah, but that's part of the main, that's a part of the main thing.
Because he wanted to look how much we've saved.
Yeah, you
Well,
can
we
do
can give you a number right now. You wanna,
Where are we at?
where we're at with the mill rate?
The, as currently laid out with the revenue information we have now, the mill rate would be 32.16, a 0.02 reduction from the prior year or current year.
Show off.
Did you say 0.32?
Oh, 0.02. Oh,
I was just getting excited, okay.
By the way,
Yes, okay, let us vote on this first,
Okay.
okay?
Fine.
We have a motion on the floor to recess until tomorrow night, Tuesday night at 7 PM. We have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. We'll be back here tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, yes.
Just so you know, when I run meetings,